Good evening. We're going to be. There we go. Good evening. We're going to be starting our Lewiston City Council meeting, and excuse me. We will have Richard Grand Mason lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I just want to take a moment to recognize some community members we have lost here recently. There's the Lewiston School Ed Tech, Emily Greaves, the Next Step high school student, Mohammed Aden, and then a longtime school employee, Carol Scribner. We'll have a moment of silence in 1 second, but first I would like to invite Councilor Pease to read something about Carol Scribner.
Excuse me if I don't stand. He taught for many years in the Lewiston school system at Montello, Pettingill, Fry, Jordan, Wallace, St. Mary's, and then finally at Longley. He dedicated 41 years of his life to our school system. He loved children, so much so that he even became a Shriner so that he could help them. He's been a Shriner since 1975 until today. Last but not least, he spent 34 years in the military and retired as a commander and a military instructor. Even then, he was teaching. And he kept all of us safe as he was doing it. He was just that type of man. Thanks, Scrib. We will miss you. God bless you and your family. And if you all want to join me at this time for a moment of silence, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now have a Lewiston Leads presentation. I believe Councilor Harriman, you have someone?
This month, I'm honored to recognize Amy Sanchez as a Lewiston leader. Amy is a tireless advocate for her Tree Streets neighborhood, which she demonstrates through various volunteer positions. To mention a few, Amy chairs the city's housing committee, she serves on the board of Healthy Neighborhoods, and she is a major part of the WAY project, Who Are You, which I've mentioned before, which assists people who are facing obstacles obtaining identity documents. The main reason why I wanted to highlight Amy, however, is because of a very unique project she has started that fills an important need in our neighborhood. Amy is the founder and executive director of Community Critters, a not-for-profit food pantry for pets located at the corner of Pine Street and Horton Street. This neighborhood has high rates of poverty and homelessness, as well as a lot of people with pets. Amy has personal experience with homelessness and not having the resources to provide for a pet that she loves like family. Knowing that some people will feed and care for their pets before themselves, Community Critters offers an easily accessible location for people in need to obtain food and supplies for their pets free of charge. In addition to the pet pantry, Community Critters also sponsors periodic pet vaccine clinics and has helped with the installation of several pet waste stations around the neighborhood. Please join me in recognizing Amy for all the things she does for the people and pets of Lewiston.
Good job.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Amy Sanchez, Lewiston leader. Madam Clerk, we are ready to begin.
Sure. The next item on the agenda, Mr. Mayor, is the acceptance of the minutes of January 3rd, 17th, February 7th, and 21st.
Move we accept. We have Councilor Pease, followed by Councilor Clement. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Abstain.
Motion passed by a vote of 6-0.
We are now up to public comment period, and any member of the public may make comments regarding issues pertaining to Lewiston City Government. This period is reserved for non-agenda items. Public comment is also allowed during individual agenda items. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record, and please indicate if you are a Lewiston resident. Because this is the business meeting of the City Council, all questions should be directed to the mayor, who will ask staff to follow up at a future time. It is illegal for the City Council to allow comments related to personnel matters. All personnel complaints should be made directly to the City Administration Office. Any public comment at this time? For non-agenda items only. Can I invite you to stand here at the podium?
Francesca Norton, and I'm actually here to talk to you guys about Lewiston Police Department, CID officials, and Major Crimes Unit.
If this is a personnel complaint, I'm going to refer you to administration.
So we have, but we don't get anywhere, which is why you guys are our last step to put on notice before we take it to a higher being.
I understand, but at this point, we cannot continue. Deputy Administrator O'Malley, can you hand her one of my cards? If you can email me, and then I'll reply, and we'll go from there.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Public comment is now closed. So here's the plan for tonight. We're going to handle the first couple agenda items, and then we will move up the Martell agenda item. We will move that up in the agenda and make that the third agenda item. Madam Clerk, agenda item number 1.
Item number 1, public hearing on a renewal application for a special amusement permit for live entertainment for Baxter Brew Pub, 120 Mill Street. Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment for Baxter Brew Pub, 120 Mill Street.
May I have a motion,
Second.
please? Councilor Pease, second by
Second.
Councilor McCarthy. Discussion? Public comment on this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Agenda item number 2.
Item number 2, public hearing on a renewal application for a special amusement permit for live entertainment for Big Mike Smokehouse, 838 Lisbon Street. Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment for Big Mike Smokehouse, 838 Lisbon Street.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Harriman, second by Councilor LaChapelle. Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
And if there's no objection, Madam Clerk, I would like to skip ahead to agenda item number 10.
Sure. Item number 10, disposition of the former Martell School located at 860 Lisbon Street. Excuse me, there are a couple of items for your potential consideration regarding requested action. I'll read the requested action for the record. Staff is seeking council direction on how to proceed with disposition of 860 Lisbon Street. The city's property disposition policy provides the following options. 1, issue a request for proposals. 2, contract with a real estate broker to find a buyer. 3, advertise for formal bids, most suitable when anticipating multiple interested parties. 4, self-brokerage. And 5, direct negotiation with a party which has expressed interest in a property that meets the city's desired goal for a property.
Madam Clerk, at this time, are you looking for a motion, or are we moving straight to discussion?
Discussion.
We would recommend discussion, Mr. Mayor, first to hear the comments from the public.
Okay, thank you. I'll kick things off here. I support Lewiston Housing purchasing the Martell School site for a simple reason. It is the right way to do business. This council made a decision behind closed doors to not renew Lewiston Housing's option to purchase the property and instead sell it to another developer. Without any public reason why or accountability, the council left it to staff to explain to the planning board why we should change course. The whole situation and the way in which it was conducted was not transparent. The public was concerned, the planning board was concerned, and in the end, the planning board recommended selling the site to Lewiston Housing. How many options have we renewed with other developers? How many times have we authorized a TIF to help close a funding gap? Lewiston Housing was moving forward in good faith and has spent a considerable amount of money and time on plans for the Martell site. They stand ready to develop affordable senior housing on the property, and we should be supportive of that. The need is great. Lewiston Housing has a wait list of over 1,600 seniors waiting for an apartment. Furthermore, Lewiston Housing is a partner in success for Lewiston. As we are navigating a severe statewide housing shortage, we should be doing everything we can as a city to assist them in their mission to provide affordable housing for Lewiston residents.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor LaChapelle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I am extremely concerned with the, as evident by your statement, of the mistruths and misnomers that are going around in regards to this project. Every single person on this council is interested in making that senior housing. There's no question about it. It's just how quickly can we do it? And it's really easy for us to sit back and say, make statements when nobody else can contradict the statement because everything was said in executive session. So with that, I make a motion at this time that we are allowed to speak freely about what happened in an executive session, that everything is made public. If that is, I'm asked Madam Clerk, is that the right way of forming that motion, Madam Clerk?
Point of order.
We have a point of order.
We need to
Councilor
suspend the
Herman?
rules in order to bring up an item that's not on the agenda.
This is part of that item.
Madam Clerk,
That motion's not on the agenda, though.
It doesn't matter.
excuse me, councilors. Madam Clerk, may we, as parliamentarian, have your
Sure.
guidance on this?
Yes, in speaking with the city administrator, we concur that this motion would be in order at this time because this topic is on the agenda and was pre-disclosed regarding the general topic of the conversation.
So,
I'll second that motion.
so we have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. Madam Clerk, do you have the motion recorded?
I believe, and certainly a counselor can correct me, the motion was to be allowed to speak freely regarding comments related to this matter that were made in executive session.
And discussion on the motion? Councilor Herman?
Just so I understand, so we'll be speaking about what we discussed regarding this property in executive session, recognizing that there are no records or notes from executive session?
Correct.
Okay.
Further discussion? Madam Clerk, how, is it a simple majority that's required to do this?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
May I continue,
And
Mr. Mayor?
once again, so, Madam Clerk, so at this point, I guess one question that I have, maybe we should have discussed this before the motion. What exactly is now allowed to be discussed? You know, some of these meetings I think were from last year, so are we talking about a range of meetings, a specific meeting? And, yeah, Administrator Hunter?
Mr. Mayor, my understanding by the motion that was made, it's executive sessions regarding this topic. There was no timeline or time limitation made in the motion.
So at any discussion that we've had on Martell, is now able to be disclosed. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's the way the motion was read and made and approved.
And that's the way that I guess you intended, Councilor
Yes, Mr.
LaChapelle? Okay. So just for absolute clarity, we're talking about any meeting that where we've discussed Martell during our term in executive session.
That would be correct.
Okay. All right. Yes. I guess discussion.
Yes.
Councilor LaChapelle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. Just trying to make sure everything is brought into the light, I was just extremely disturbed, and I can understand the frustration of a lot of our seniors when you're not privy to a lot of information that is said. And I'm only going to speak for myself. When I first came onto the council, it was brought up to us about 44 senior housing on Martell land. That was the proposal. This was done prior to this council sitting. This was a previous council, so it was brought up to our attention. My understanding that it had already been delayed or extended one, or if not two times. Our concern at that point, when Lewiston Housing came back to us and said, it is not feasible for us to keep that building. The building has to come down. We cannot renovate it. So it's to bring the whole building down. It is not feasible for it to only have 44 units. Because there were 44 units and a lot of green space, playground space, and the facility looked really nice, but they couldn't afford to pay to have that done and paid at a reasonable price. So at that time, the council agreed and pretty much threw that plan right out the window. And I'm speaking for myself, and my understanding, as Councilman Harriman says, there are no notes taken in executive session. This is just what we can recall from memory. This is just no notes. There is a timeline that is here that was presented to us from Lewiston Housing, from our one of our departments in Lewiston that was given to Lewiston Housing from the Economic and Community Development Department, and given to Lewiston Housing and Vesta to see if they agreed with it. They made some changes and whatever. And this is available to anybody if they want to have a copy of that, and that's fine. Again, trying to make sure everything is out in the open. So this first plan can't do it, so we shelve it. We all agree to shelve it and say, no, we agree. We start talking about, let's put more units on it. So we gave them the green light basically to go up to 300 units to put on that property. 300 units. Get rid of the green space, get rid of everything. Originally, we wanted a separate building for senior center. They came back and said, we can't do a senior center and a daycare thing. It's a new thing happening across the country, and we can't incorporate that into the picture. So then it came back to, okay, you can't do that senior center. I asked one thing. I says, can we have a room, a space for seniors to gather, to play cards, do something? Because I remember when my grandparents lived over at Meadowview, they have a space that people can gather, that you can bring loved ones over and you can get together. They have it at Meadowview, but I was told by Lewiston Housing that wouldn't be, I don't think we can make that work. I even got to the point, I personally made the motion and made the suggestion, not a motion, made the suggestion that we give them the land. This is how important that this council feels on housing. Just give them the land. It doesn't matter about the money, the $135,000. Just give them the land. And it still wasn't acceptable. And then from my understanding, they ran out of money, or they didn't run out of money. I want to clarify that. The money wasn't there in a timely fashion, and they didn't think they could finish the job in the time period that they needed. So the suggestion then came out was, let's talk to the second bidder. The second bidder offered the same housing, 44 senior units, the difference was, did not go through the planning board process at this point, because the previous one went through the planning board process and was, all exposed what they were doing. That happened to previous councilors. This is just off the cuff. Yes, I'll put up the 44 units, and they were looking at possibility of putting in a retail space or something to the effect there. And then it just blew up into the press. I'm only speaking for myself, are 100% behind senior housing. I understand the plight. We're all in support of it. This council made a commitment at the beginning of our term. We had a proclamation said about how important that we feel about our senior citizens. This council also was the first council to ever form a senior advisory committee. This is the first council to and raise it to that level, because we feel it's vitally important to get involved with our senior citizens. So by no means, and I apologize to the people that have only been given a quarter of the truth, and you're making judgments on the information that you're given, and it's just not the whole truth. So I apologize for that. This is why this is a great meeting, that everybody can be here, and I'm sure some of my fellow counselors will have something to add on to it. I believe each and every one of us are definitely in support of doing some kind of housing project. The question now comes in, and I'm going to ask this to the people. How long do we wait? The building has to come down. We have to do something with it. We can't just leave the vacant building. And I know people are saying, well, you leave the mill vacant. Well, we can't tear the mill down because we get like $5 million of hazardous material we have to remove from it before we start tearing that down. So there is a difference. We have to remove it. How long do we wait? Or if somebody else comes up and says, I'll put senior housing there, subsidized senior housing, do we look at that? So I want to dispel the misnomer that myself and some of these counselors do not want senior housing. We're in full support and we'll do everything. Our only goal, my only goal, was to move this along as quickly as possible, because we need senior housing now. We need it now. And whoever can put it up now, I'm going to vote for them. I don't want to wait 3, 5, 7 years. We need it now. And that was my personal goal, was to get housing now. I thank you for your time.
Councilor Clement?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councilor LaChapelle's point, I was one of the original councilors on the 2020 council, along with Councilor Jelinas, when this issue came up for the first time that I'm aware of. I believe it occurred before that. We had, I believe it was 4 proposals total. Number 1 was Avesta Lewiston Housing. Number 1 was Gendron. He offered us, I believe it was $400,000. Wouldn't say anything about what he intended to do with the property. He did want us to waive the rain tax and a bunch of other things, which just can't be done. We opted to go with Avesta's proposal. They offered a price of, I believe it was $129,000. And they were going to rehab that building, and they were going to put in at least 44 units of senior housing. They brought to the council a packet, a whole bunch of information, photographs, things that they had done in similar buildings in other communities. And it impressed, I believe it impressed me, and I believe it impressed Councilor Jelinas as well, because we opted for that. Things went on, the pandemic came in, there was delay after delay after delay. I believe you heard from Councilor LaChapelle. I'm not going to argue any of his points at all. Things just did not happen. And after almost 4 years, the building is still sitting there. We had a person in that building for 3 years. That was not good for the building, that situation. The building is not in a condition to be rehabbed economically, from what I understand. The roof is just about kaput. Our insurance company wants that building down. They don't want to carry insurance on it anymore. We were faced with these things. We've had a number. I want to say we've had 4 at least, maybe more, executive session discussions of this building. And these were not just a 5-minute thing. I mean, they were in-depth discussions. In every instance, I believe this council, almost to a person, I can't speak for everyone, but I believe the unanimous decision, or near unanimous decision, was to try and get something done on the property. We went from 44 units to, I think one offer was 300 units, no green space, not even a walkway to Shaw's Supermarket so that seniors could walk and wouldn't have to go out on East Avenue or Lisbon Street and expose themselves to pedestrians and traffic. Can't make that work. That was what we were told. Okay, what does it take to do a 5 or 6 foot wide paved walkway? I would hazard a guess that if we approached a certain supermarket and said, we need a walkway for these people down here to come up to your grocery store, done. Don't have that as gospel, but I suspect it would probably happen. So for people, and it bothers me that the hue and cry has gone out against a gentleman I don't even know except by name and reputation. He came to us again and said, look, my original offer still stands. I believe he offered us $400,000. He would demolish the building. He would build those 44 units, but there would be retail space on the ground floor. The city would have control over what went into that retail space. We would have the final say. It wouldn't be a fast food place or something like that. It would be something respectable, something that would fit into that neighborhood and would go on the tax rolls. The other thing about Avesta that we originally gave that proposal for, they promised us to keep that property on the tax rolls in perpetuity. Lewiston Housing, no, we can't do that, we're tax exempt. So there are all of these considerations, most of which nobody realizes. We have been bound by the seal of confidentiality on our executive sessions, much like priest penitent or attorney-client. We can't say anything. Some have chosen to hint, and they've riled up some other people, and the stories have just gotten out of hand. Nobody here that I know of is against senior housing. I don't think the current council wants to wait another 3 years. I mean, we give them an extension for 3 years. You look at Mill 5, they bring that up, Mill 5. Another reason we can't do anything in Mill 5 is there are options on that. There's a developer that has an option on that that's good for, I'm not sure, another year or two anyway, plus the millions of dollars it would cost us to clean that up. I mean, that could have been taken care of 20 years ago. It wasn't, so it is what it is now. But there's a lot of misinformation out there, and I think it has not served the people of the community well. I don't think there are two sides to this story. I look across the audience, I suspect most everybody here is in favor of doing something for seniors. I'm part of that group, okay? Someday I probably will be seeking some type of housing like that. I'm all for it. So for people to say that we're against this, we're against that, no. We're all for it. What we want, and I believe what Councilor LaChapelle had to say, was we want to get it in the fastest, most effective and economical way we possibly can. And I don't think that's waiting 3 or 4 more years, giving the property away and taking it off the tax rolls. I mean, we're about to enter our 2024 budget season here in about a week, I think. That's going to be a fun time, I'm sure. But with the uncertainty that's out there, I don't see us, giving this away. This has become such a divisive thing that a member of the planning board actually confronted a member of this council and threatened a member of this council that if this council did anything other than what the planning board recommended, there would be hell to pay, quote, end quote. So this is what we're faced with. Let's get together, let's work this out, let's come up with something that works for the city and get some housing made for seniors. That's what I want to do. I don't want to fight, but I cannot sit back and accept some of the things that are being said or done out there. People speak, sometimes they aren't well informed, they may be well intentioned, but I believe there's the old saying that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. That's not always the case. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Counselor Harriman?
Thank you. Just to correct the record on a few things here. So the memo that we were provided by staff about this project, it doesn't reference that any extensions to LHA or Avesta's option have been made. The way I understand it, they did not have any extensions made. The second thing is about the senior center. It says in this memo that LHA noted that the senior center likely could be accommodated, but it would have to be built with city funding because LIHTC would not allow the funds to be used for non-housing needs. So they said it likely could be accommodated, not that they could not do it. And then the other thing was this story about another bidder offering the same plan as Lewiston Housing of the 44 units plus retail space. That was not presented to the council. The first I heard of that was at I believe it was our last meeting. So I don't know if that was talked about with some councilors, but it was never presented to all of us because I was not aware of that plan before. Just wanted to correct the record on those things. Thank you.
Counselor Scott?
Thank you. I have a little bit to say here. So first off, I was on the planning board when this project initially came to the city. It was me that fought for the walkway through a green space to Shaw's, thinking about those roads around Martell School and the importance of having safety and walking for our senior citizens if we were going to have a senior center there and senior housing. My thought was a senior center was going to bring more seniors to the area than just the housing that was going to be offered there. I was very happy to see at the time that this planning board approved that plan from Avesta and Lewiston Housing. We did have 3 options given to us. The first was from the share center. No money was offered. They wanted to stay in that space and use that space because they were running out of space that they were at. The other option was from Mr. Gendron, who said that he was willing to pay $400,000 for the site, but there was no commitment for the future use. And the third option was the Lewiston Housing Authority and the Avesta project. And we looked at the project, and everybody was kind of excited about it, to be honest with you. And I recall it coming to the city council, and the city council was excited about it too, and approved it. Fast forward to when we came on the council. We did have discussions in executive session, and I would ask for a little clarity on here if I could speak about, because this was part of the discussions, the share center. Or if that would be something else.
I would keep it germane to the Martell School and the discussion on hand.
We knew that the building was not in good shape and that the share center had to leave. It was not a viable option for the share center to stay there. We were not going to have insurance. That building was in bad shape. There were leaks. There were some comments that were made in executive session that somebody was more in favor of the share center than senior housing at that time. I don't recall senior housing being the priority discussion when we were talking about the share center being there. Fast forward to another executive session. The 2020, the city council decided to enter into that 2-year option agreement with Lewiston Housing and Avesta. For a variety of reasons, largely related to impacts of the pandemic, they were not able to move forward with their development plans. That's when we had a discussion that the city council chose not to renew the option because we wanted to see things move forward for a senior center. And all that we had heard before in the original plan had completely changed. There was conversation, yes, about a senior center with city funding, but that was not in the original plan. And I will tell you that several of us in that executive session were upset about it not being the original plan. I, for one, was. And I was disappointed that we weren't going to be able to go there, but I can understand where the pandemic and the money and the impacts that were happening with that could affect that. So we had to think about other options. I will tell you for a fact that we had conversations in executive session, and when we talked about Mr. Gendron, And I will say that that was brought up in executive session, but we did, most of us say, that we would like to see a plan from Mr. Gendron, and at that point, we did not see a plan. And I was concerned about that because we had not seen a plan. And I thought that if Mr. Gendron can bring a plan to planning board and bring something forward, then I would be very happy with that also. We also discussed that we did not want to see if Mr. Gendron came to the planning board with an option that I did not want to see, and many of us said this, a Burger King, a gas station, another Tim Hortons or anything, that piece of property and that particular area in our community was very important to our comp plan. A comp plan that we've had in effect for many years and unfortunately doesn't always get followed, and that is to ensure that that area is built up. And having senior housing there would build up that area. We did have all of these discussions, and it's very difficult to clear the air on social media, on Lewiston Rocks, and in the newspaper when our role as city councilors and the mayor and any elected official is told by law, and we swear an oath, that we don't discuss anything in executive session or outside of executive session. And I think it's very unfortunate when things are slipped. Maybe the whole truth didn't come out, but little hearsay things here and there in the newspaper are said that imply that something wasn't done in executive session when we were all sitting there in the room hearing the same thing and agreeing to the same thing, that it was time to move forward and look at another option. And then this goes to the planning board. And then there's an article in the paper. And then all of a sudden, the whole city council is thrown under the bus, implying that we didn't care about senior housing. That is absolutely, unequivocally untrue. Untrue. My top priority has always been about senior housing. I actually was the person that was asked to be on the new senior committee in our community because I felt it was very important. I don't like the implication that we did not want senior housing. I don't appreciate that whatsoever. It was also pushed that let's get everybody out here and speak to the council, because how dare the council not support senior housing? I think that's also very unfortunate. I'm quite upset about that. We have to look at what the best option is for our community and for that piece of property. We know that that building has to come down. We know that there's an insurance issue that needs to be maintained, that we cannot insure that property. It is unsafe, and that's extremely unfortunate, because the one thing I fought for originally was to keep that building, because I thought that was a beautiful building. And I thought that that could be really look good, making that building and extra pieces into senior housing. Now, I'm not sure the decision we're going to make tonight, but I appreciate the fact that we're able to talk about this and shed some light on what happened. At this point, that's all I have to say. I may have more after, though. Thank you.
Councilor McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm upset also because all of this brouhaha over what's happening with Martell School leads back to one letter mischaracterizing what happened in executive session and throwing the council under the bus. That was what started the ball rolling, and unfortunately, the planning board ran with the ball, and due to disparaging remarks made about the Gendron family, David Gendron has decided to walk away. He's no longer going to interested in developing that property. In fact, he is so upset in the letter to the council that he sent us that he's looking at other cities to do development, places that will welcome him rather than lash out at him for his plans. The reason why we went with Mr. Gendron was because of the urgency to tear the building down. Our insurance carrier is threatening to drop coverage of it. If insurance coverage was dropped and someone get injured, it could cost the city millions of dollars. And that makes no sense whatsoever. With Mr. Gendron's offer, we would be allowed to say what does not go there. We couldn't specifically say exactly what his plan would be, but we could put conditions on it so that, like Councilor Scott said, we could, not have any Burger Kings or Dollar Trees or anything like that. Make it a quality development along with the senior housing. So it would be an asset to the city. My feeling on what happened with Lewiston Housing Authority, they came back to us and back to us and back to us. Like the other counselors said, we bent over backwards to try to make this work for them, and then they just kept kicking the can down the road. My feeling is they had other projects going and just delayed this, figuring that the city would just go along with continuing to their option and giving them more time to focus on it later on. I don't know that for a fact, but that's my personal feeling. One of the things that upset me, I watched the planning board meeting, and I listened to the Lewiston Housing, I believe it was the director of Lewiston Housing that talked at that meeting. And one of the things he said is one of the reasons they didn't move forward with buying the property and demolishing it is because they were on the hook to move the share center, pay to move the share center. The only reason why they were on the hook to move the share center was one of the types of financing that they were going through, one of the programs. It required them, it was the program that required them to move the share center. It was not anything to do with any contract the city had with the share center or any standing the share center had. In fact, the share center is gone and it didn't cost the city a penny. And the share center was gone before their option expired. So that statement is false. Also, at the planning board, one of the things that the Lewiston Housing Authority director did say, which blew my mind that the planning board still voted the way they did, was they said that at this time, there's affordable housing on that property is not feasible due to interest rates and due to the types of tax credits that are available at this point in time, and they didn't know when it would be feasible. So I don't understand their determination to reacquire options on the property if they can't do anything with it. So this whole rigmarole and getting the seniors all up in arms over false accusations of the city council, it's sad, so sad that all of that even happened, because it did not have to happen. Thank you.
Councilor Pease.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add to that is, in August 31st of 22, Lewiston Housing Authority and Vista informed the city that the Main State Housing informed them that they were no longer accepting applications.
I apologize, Councilor Pease. Just for clarification, you're reading from the memo, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, please, yeah.
Thank you. And without it, the level of subsidies needed to close the gaps for this program. Also, LHA needed to check with their finances to determine if they could do so before having to approve any of this down the pipeline. We're left hanging. Mr. Genron's offer, he would start immediately and get it processed and get it done now. He didn't have to depend on finances coming down from HUD, finances coming from the state. He was doing it now. This is why we were intrigued on having him do this. So we were not against housing. We wanted it done now. That's what our problem was. Thank you.
So, as has been mentioned, there really are no records or notes or minutes from executive session. So, in some of these meetings, Administrator Hunter, can you recall when the first meeting was? When we were, I believe the first meeting that I remember was when we were showed plans for the site.
Are you talking with the project or with the?
I'm sorry.
The project or with the selected group?
The executive session where Director Kilmurray was there and showing us plans. I think that was early last year, or?
Yeah, there was, I'm thinking if you look at the dates, the chronological dates, that would align with the February 22nd.
Okay, right. And so, sorry, and before I proceed, Councilor Jelinas, did you want to weigh in?
I would like to, but
Yeah, no, sorry, I missed you. Please continue, and then I'll
Thank
speak
you.
afterwards.
I think one of the things we've learned from this process is that perception is everything, right? And so, you can look at a situation, perceive it a certain way, and it's clear to me that, between what was in the media, what was on social media, what went on in executive session, what went on in public meetings, it just became so convoluted. And I felt like as one of the city councilors, I really needed to back it up and better understand and try to get rid of all that excess that was kind of clouding or potentially clouding a decision that I was going to be asked to make. So on January 30th, I respectfully requested that City Administrator Hunter provide us with a detailed summary of exactly what went down from 2019 until the present. And I asked her to also have Lewiston Housing Authority check that memo, just fact check it, make sure that we were really getting information. I wasn't really interested in, trying to go back to, what I had read here, what I had read there. What I really just wanted a summary, and I appreciated the work that was done in bringing that document, that memo forward. For me, it answered some questions, and I appreciate that. And I'm one counselor. I support seniors. We all support seniors, right? And I think, as I'm listening to people speak, there's a lot of good points that have been made, and I'm certainly not here to regurgitate those and have you sit through even more commentary that's just duplicated. But I will say that, there's a few things here that trouble me a little bit. And it's really not about an individual. It's really more about just looking at different offers. I never really felt like in the offer that's been referenced by a developer that I had the information that's been discussed. I never felt like I really truly had information. I'd hear stuff, but I never read anything that said this is what it's going to result in. This is the timeline. I didn't get that. I heard that from fellow counselors, but I never actually read anything. And that's a little troubling for me. It's well documented that our community needs, senior housing, that there's a shortage. And I think the operative word here is affordable. So I think that's a big deal. I just want to, come out and say that I appreciate the work that was done after all of this. That was no easy task that the economic development team did in putting together that memo, and then Lewiston Housing Authority to go back and then, like I said, look at that. But I just want to say thank you for that, because for me, that's exactly what I was looking for.
Thank you, Councilor Jelinas. So yes, as has already been mentioned, there are no notes from executive session, and some of them were, there was 4 or 5, and stretching back from early last year. So we're really working on our best recollections. Here's just a couple clarifications. So the fact that we discussed it in executive session was talked about by a staff member at one of the planning board meetings. And at that point, that became public record, and it was okay to talk about that. It was discussed in executive session. No details were mentioned from that executive session, either by myself or that staff member, but the fact that it was discussed was mentioned during a public meeting. I remember starting out with the meeting where Director Kilmurray showed us, I think, 3 different layouts and plans. There was a lot of back and forth. And then somehow the beyond senior housing, yes, some of the counselors latched onto the idea of having a senior center. And it wasn't going to work with the funding. The funding stream for that wasn't there, and that was made clear. And the council, and once again, as Councilor, I appreciate you mentioning, Councilor LaChapelle, that it was your recollection speaking for yourself. And so what I'm going to say is my best recollection, and I'm also speaking very much for myself. I felt that the direction that was given to Lewiston Housing was all over the map in terms of like how many units, how many buildings, do we keep the facade, do we renovate a building, do we have underground parking, do we have on and on and on, and there was not clear direction, and then there was once the idea was put forth that we have a senior center there, and then when it was going to be difficult to make that work from a funding source, the majority of that council didn't want to proceed, and and that's unfortunate. And so now we're at a situation where we're at right now. Yeah. Further comments from the council?
Point of clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As to this memo that was circulated, I would propose that the author of that memo was not at every one of those executive sessions, nor was Mr. Kilmurray or anybody from Lewiston Housing. Yet they've compiled something based somewhat on conjecture. My recollection of things, I think I'm fairly sharp still, regardless of the fact that I'm approaching a certain other councilor's age, but my recollection does not necessarily match up with yours, and it certainly does not match up with Councilor Harriman's. We knew about these things. If he didn't hear them when they were said, nothing I can do about that. But be that as it may, that's water, under the bridge, over the dam, whatever you want to call it now. I think we need to move on. I think that this council did, by majority, do what they thought, given the information we had, was in the best interests of the city of Lewiston. The fact that somebody mentioned something in a public meeting does not absolve anybody on this council from talking about what happened in that executive session. You're still bound, I'm still bound, everybody is here is still bound, unless there is a majority vote of this council to release that information. If a staff member, and I don't think the staff member was right in so doing. If the staff member was present at that executive session and he carried information forth from that executive session and expounded to somebody outside, then I think that person has some problems. So the mere fact that somebody mentioned something does not make it right for you, him, her, me, anybody to start talking about it. We're still bound by that seal of confidentiality. And in a certain letter, somebody threw us under the bus again. But that's not the first time. I hope it's the last. And that's all I'm going to say at this point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
At this, Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to go over my recollection of when the city council decided to go with Mr. Gendron's option and the reasoning behind it. It was actually the beginning of this year, and it was not to do with the senior center not being part of the program. I can tell you that most of us were disappointed that there wasn't going to be a senior center because we thought that that would be an opportune spot for it to be, but that did not dissuade us from supporting Lewiston Housing. The dissuading fact was Lewiston Housing was not going to move forward on acquiring the property anytime soon, and the city would be on the hook for $400,000 or $500,000 to tear down the building. So, exercising our fiduciary duties, we chose to go with Mr. Gendron. Now, there's been some banter about numbers and, the cost of the demolition and disposal and asbestos and what the net was to the city and all of that. And it's pretty vague as far as these numbers go, and I don't think the planning board's compilation was correct. We're looking at $50,000 to $100,000 on the asbestos. According to the powers to be, it's probably going to be on the lower side because of a lot of the asbestos has been removed already. They just need to do a study to find out what's left and remove that. And then Mr. Gendron was going to do the demolition, and like someone said, we're looking at $300,000 to demolish that building. Just the demolition part. The cost of getting rid of the demolition was going to be borne by the city, but a lot of it was going to be stockpiled and used for fill. All of the brick and mortar and all of that. It was just the non-aggregate stuff that was going to have to go to the city dump. And if my understanding is that we'd be paying ourselves to get rid of it, because we'd be getting rid of it at our own dump. So the tipping fees were just taking it out of one pocket, putting it in the other. So one of the other things that came up at the planning board meeting is the Lewiston Housing Authority director told the planning board that their valuation of the property and the likelihood of a developer coming in to take over the property at any higher amount than what Mr. Gendron offered would be slim to nil because of the costs involved and the unknowns that Mr. Gendron was willing to take on. So unfortunately now the city's going to be on the hook to tear that building down, and taxpayers are going to pay the bill. And by the time we're all said and done, we're going to be worse off than if we'd have just sat tight and moved forward with Mr. Gendron's his offer. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Clement.
Thank you, sir. Quick point of clarification. There's been mention of the fact that Mr. Gendron or anybody else offered a plan. No, they didn't offer a plan, nor did we offer approval. We were talking with them, and before anything would be cast in stone, so to speak, there would have to be plans exchanged. I think that's a point that's been overlooked here tonight. Everybody is quick to castigate and find fault. Nobody wants to listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one more point that I'd like to make. I understand that some people may not be happy with some things that happen at the planning board level, but I'd like to remind everybody that the planning board is not in an executive session. They're not privy to what we discuss in executive session. They have to go by the information that they have before them. And I think that we need to remember that is something that they don't know everything. They're working with what they had in front of them, what they had for people speaking in front of them. And I think it's very important that we remember that our planning board does some very incredible work and very hard work. And I would suggest that, when we have discussions about a particular property that maybe our planning board should be part of our executive session, they can have an executive session too. They are held accountable as well, and I think that they could be there too so that they would know a little bit more about what's happening so that there may not be something like this in the future. That's just a suggestion. Thank you.
Councilor Herman.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention quickly that to summarize at a high level, we got 3 bids for the property. 1 bid had a plan. The other 2 didn't have a plan as to what would happen with the property. That's why I went with the Lewiston Housing bid, because they had a plan of what they were going to do. Thank you.
At this point, a lot has been said about Lewiston Housing, about what Director Kilmurray said. Director Kilmurray, I would like to invite you into the front to kind of respond before we go to public comment.
Thank you. I didn't think that this is what I would be speaking to you
Do
guys
you,
specifically about tonight.
sorry to interrupt. Do you mind just pulling the mic a little closer to you?
How's that?
Very well.
All right. This isn't what I expected to be responding to tonight, and a lot was said, so I'm going to do the best I can to respond to what I remember being stated. And if you guys have additional questions you'd like answered, I'm happy to answer any of them as we go along. This needs to be broken up into a couple different pieces. We came to you guys with a plan originally. Avesta was the developer. We would be the owner of that plan, of the property at the end of this. COVID destroyed the ability for us to be able to develop this using tax credits. And that was where the plan sort of fell apart at one point in time. We had a plan, and to be more specific, you guys gave us the option in the first year. We went out and we actually got awarded 9% tax credits. We did not get our Federal Home Loan Bank of Boston loan of $660,000, so we extended those credits for the year. Not the option was still in place. We extended the credits to go into the next year of the 9% round. We were going to reapply for the Federal Home Loan Bank of Boston money, which was needed to fill the gap in the deal. We got that money the next round, and we were moving forward on the development of the 44 units. COVID hit. We were still moving forward to develop this plan for 44 units of senior housing. As we were moving forward and talking to investors about it, investors came forward and said, listen, there's massive supply chain disruptions. This property is set to close on 12/31 of the end of the year. And if you don't deliver, it's going to have massive tax implications, so we can't fund this property. We can't invest in this property. At that point in time, the IRS had not extended any of the tax credit deadlines, and so we had no option. Avesta came back to us and they said, listen, I don't know what to do. Those deadlines have not been extended by the IRS. We're not going to be able to get funded. We gave the tax credits back. 9 days later, the IRS extended those deadlines, but those tax credits were already gone. That's the first piece of this, of why we're not able to move forward in the first option on those 44 units. At that point, that's when I came to meet with you guys at executive session. I brought aspirational ideas and came in basically saying, listen, we have no plan right now. There is no tax credit program. There's nothing out there being developed. Let's talk about what the highest and best use of that property potentially is. 44 units is nice, but if we could do more, wouldn't that be better? And we brought in ideas to get an idea of what might be palatable to you. And even in Link's memo that he provided to you, it said all of those options still needed to be put through feasibility to look at if they were even possible. This was literally me coming to you as a partner, which we are. We're a huge partner with you guys. We are a quasi-governmental agency. We're technically part of what's going on here in the city. I came here saying, listen, we have nothing going on right now. Let's talk about what we could potentially do. Highly aspirational stuff that we might be able to do. And I did say, here's a plan for 44 units. And we did very basic massing of what it would look like on the site. 44 units. We could do 150 units. Heck, we might even be able to do 300. There's no idea if these things would pencil out in a tax credit plan, which didn't even exist at that point in time. We still needed a tax credit program to come back and the ability to be able to develop. At that time, what also came up was the idea of the intergenerational center. I was very clear. Yes, it could go on the site, but we would need to do it with government money. It cannot be part of a tax credit structure. It would have to be a separate condo and developed with other money that would come into that. You guys seemed very excited about the idea, but I also did not hear anybody say, yes, we will give you millions of dollars to build this center. That did not come to us. You then said, could we have a community space? We always build community spaces in all of our properties. It's a requirement of Maine State Housing Authority to have a community space for the residents, and typically it's sized about the number of units that are there. We made it clear in that meeting that we could not hold outside gatherings that would be run by people who were not part of the property, but people who lived at that property would be able to come and invite other people to come, much like you said that was a nice part of what goes on at Meadowview. That goes on at every property. We never said that we wouldn't be able to do that. It's a requirement of the tax credit program to have those community spaces in place. There was questions about whether there would be easy walkways and paths going back to the property. That's a commitment that we made to you guys and said, yes, by all means, regardless of the size of the units that go there, there's going to be pathways to make it go to be able to make it safe for people to go back to Shaw's. Part of the reason we love this site was that it's so close to everything. we want to serve seniors. We're not looking to put them in harm's way. Of course, we would make sure that there were easy pathways for them to get to where they needed to go. There was a comment made about us taking the property off the tax rolls, and Avesta said yes, and we said no. Avesta was the developer. They were the developer for hire. They were never going to be the owner, so they would never have the ability to say, yes, we're putting it on the tax rolls. I'm the one that said, we will put this on the tax rolls in perpetuity, because I'm the one that wants to, again, be the city's partner. It wasn't Avesta saying it and us saying no. I never said no. I'm the one who said, we will put it on the tax rolls, and it will remain in the tax rolls in perpetuity. There was a comment about running out of money. We did not run out of money. There was no tax credit program to apply this project to. No common space, we talked about this. Not feasible with paths, we talked about that. There was a comment made about slim to none on my comment, and I'm sorry that I'm bouncing around a little. I was just scribbling notes as you guys were talking. A comment about me saying it was slim to none on a chance of being able to develop anything for a higher price. In terms of how our development was being put together with tax credits, anything above $129,000 would have made this a very, very difficult deal to pencil out. I believe even as part of our original discussions with you guys and Avesta, we said we're going to pay you $129,000 and we're going to try and keep the number at that, but it really depended on where construction costs came at. There was talk that that number could change, but we're going to do everything we could to keep it there at that $129,000 and not have to come back to you guys. The slim to none was based upon our ability to develop anything at a much, much higher cost. And I said, if you go back out to bid, you probably could get a lot more money for that piece of property, but the likelihood of it becoming affordable housing would decrease dramatically. And it's a true statement. It would be very, very hard for somebody to do at a higher price than what we were going to buy it for. Particularly now, since the cost of construction has gone up by 50 to 60% across the board. The 44-unit plan is still a very real possibility. I want to make that very clear. The possibility of developing just the 44 units that we had there is still very, very real. We have not moved forward because we got to a point where our option did not exist anymore. We had no time left to work with. We came back to you after interest rates, and a comment about interest rates came up. There was a point in time where Maine State Housing Authority was telling us, we have so much money. We're going to throw as much subsidy as we can into units because we know we're behind on developing, and we're the oldest state in the nation. We don't have enough affordable housing. We're going to put subsidy out as much as we can. And to their credit, they've pumped out more units in the last couple of years than they ever had before. Then subsidy went away when interest rates went through the roof because they weren't able to sell bonds and create the difference between the bonds that they were selling and the interest rates that were currently out there anymore. So subsidy went away and the 4% program went poof. So there was no program for us to be able to apply to Maine State Housing Authority to develop any units. So we came back to Link and Misty and everyone in the council and said, listen, guys, there's no program right now. I'm going to be honest with you. They're telling us it could be 3, 4, 5 years. We don't know. But we can't, an extension of 2 years is likely not going to be realistic because it takes 2 years to put a deal like this together. And if we buy the property off of you and there's a clawback clause in there for you to take it back from us after 2 years, it doesn't really serve a purpose for anybody at this point in time. We buy it, we basically just be handing it back to you. I don't think we can do it in that amount of time. Things have changed. They've become a little more optimistic since that came down the pipeline. I still can't tell you exactly when that will happen. There's still no 4% tax credit program that exists right now. I'm hopeful that Maine State Housing Authority will put one out soon. And the 9% program is extremely competitive and highly oversourced at this point in time. Last I heard, there was 80 projects in the pipeline. But that doesn't change the fact that this project, the original 44 units, does score well. And I would still like to explore other options to say, could we do more units on there? Could we do it in 2 phases? Could we do the 44 units and to build another 50 units thereafter? What we came to you with on those different things, again, was just sort of aspirational, if we could make this happen. I came to you guys as a partner, because I want to see good things happen for the city, and I know that you do too. I am highly disappointed in the insinuation that we, in any way, shape, or form, dragged our feet on this process. We didn't. I would also like to make it clear that I have spent 0 time riling anybody up about coming in here and talking with you guys. I have much more important things to do than to worry about that on a daily basis. I've answered one question to the paper when they called me, and they said, do you have a comment about the option? And I said, please talk to the Economic Development Department because we had nothing to do with that option going away. And that's it. That's my only public comment that I've made to anybody about this process. I haven't talked to anybody, I haven't reached out to any seniors and said, please come down here and talk to them. If I got a call from a senior, I said, great, we are going down there, but I didn't spend any time doing that. I'd also like to make it clear that I have no issue with Mr. Gendron or the work he does in the city. He's an incredibly important piece of what goes on here, and I'd be really sad if he stopped doing the work that he did. We both serve a very important purpose in this city, two very different things. I feel like we've been pitted against each other inappropriately. This was never about me versus Gendron. This was me saying, this was our option. I didn't feel it was right that it got taken away because the circumstances were out of our control completely. And it shouldn't have been offered back to him because the option should have come to us. It's very, very unfortunate this has now become a me versus him thing. That is not what this is at all. And I hope that he does come back here and do work in the city, and I hope that we can work together. I will tell you, when I found out you guys were working with him, I actually reached out to his office and said, hey, would you like to collaborate? I'd be happy. If you have money to build a commercial space, I'll build some senior units above it. Happy to do that. I also reached out to the school board and said, hey, if you guys are looking to buy the property, I'd be happy to work with you too. I'm not looking to stop anybody from doing anything there. I just want to help make senior housing happen on that site and other sites around the city. We're in a housing crisis. The best use for any vacant land, in my opinion, as will always be my opinion, is to put housing on it, whether it be family or senior housing. I'll stop there and see if you guys have any questions that I didn't answer.
Councilor LaChapelle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Kilmary, for coming, sitting in front of us. This has been a very highly heated discussion lately. I do not want to get into a who said what this. I just want to move forward. I'm more than willing to work with anybody, with you reviewing it. We just need to move forward in the quickest manner possible. If you can give us guidance on timelines or whatever, put 500 units there. I don't care. Let's just move forward and as quickly as possible to get some units up. And if you recall, you were there, I said, I'll give you the land. I have no problem with the $129,000. $129,000 will build a nice senior spot in there, or common area, whatever the case may be. It's not about the money, it's about timing. So, thank you for coming, thank you for addressing, and I liked your statement saying we're partners. I have no problem partnering with you. Let's all roll up our sleeves and see what we can do to move this forward in the quickest manner possible.
We're very excited to move forward, but we are at the mercy of the tax credit situation that we have in the state right now. There are not enough resources to build a fraction of the housing that's out there. I can't make any promises to you. I came to you guys and said it could be a super long period of time because that's what I was being told, and I was trying to be as honest as possible. I didn't want to take your option for 2 years with a clawback in it, knowing full well that that could maybe come to fruition and might not. I also didn't want to spend any more public resources, of which we've already put well over $100,000 into that, not knowing if that money would actually come to any good. I could invest that money elsewhere. So I know that I came to you guys and said it could be 3, 4, 5 years. That was me being honest. I don't have any control over that, nor does anybody else who works in the affordable housing world right now. Tax credits, we do not control them. We simply apply for them and use them when we can get our hands on them. The site does score well. We're still waiting to see what options will come from Maine State Housing Authority. There is some hope. The governor's put affordable housing dollars in the budget for the first time ever. That's really, really, really good. Federal Home Loan Bank of Boston is talking about increasing the amount of their grants significantly. That would be very, very helpful to us. Fair market rents will likely go up considerably in our area this next year, which allows us to increase our subsidy amounts that we put out there dramatically as well, because they're tied to the fair market rents. That will allow us to pull on more debt and potentially be able to build. It makes the project a little bit more feasible in the world we're in right now, but I still don't have a plan from Maine State Housing Authority to apply this to. There's the 9% plan that does exist, but the 4% program is not out there right now. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know exactly when this is going to happen, but I can tell you we will work tirelessly to make it happen as quickly as possible. We don't want to wait around either.
So now the building is vacant. There's no current tenant. You could purchase the building and then And then what, demolish it at that point, or what?
I offered to purchase the building. The only reason that we didn't purchase the building from you is because of the issue related to the share center at the time. There is the problem of the Uniform Relocation Act, that any type of HUD funding will have an impact on, where we would have had the property transferred hands, and we had already discussed a project happening there, they're eligible for that money. And so that complicated things. So our conversation with the Economic Development Department was, let's clear this situation up first. We aren't under those guidelines right now, and right after that's done, we'll move forward. And then I found out that our option was not being extended. So we would have happily purchased the building. We couldn't do it because there were complications associated with the lease that was in place with the share center. I don't think it was anybody's fault. Everybody was making the correct decision on how to move forward, and I think you guys were making the right decision in your mind and what you knew you had in front of you at that point in time about, oh my God, we got this building that's a ticking time bomb and we're gonna move forward because Gendron's office offered to take care of this right now. I don't blame you guys for that. My only point of contention here is that this option, it wasn't like we sat on our hands associated with this. The reason that we hadn't moved forward were out of our control, and we were hoping for our ability to be able to continue moving forward to try and put senior affordable housing on that site.
Councilor Scott?
Thank you. I want to thank you for coming up here and talking to us like this. I really, really appreciate it. I think that this was a big piece of the conversation that needed to happen as well. And I, too, also want to be a partner and move forward with anything that we can do. And we need senior housing. Let's work together. Let's figure this out. And I appreciate you coming up here and explaining. Thank you.
Councilor Clement?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Mr. Kumari's point, I just want to ease his mind on one thing. I don't think anyone here insinuated that you went out and frothed people up. That was an internal thing, and we will handle that, sir. Okay, we don't accuse you of doing any of that. That was a social media thing that probably never should have happened, and as I say, we'll deal with that. So don't blame us for that. You can blame us for a lot of other things if you want. But if we can come up with a plan where we can move forward, I have no problem with that. But I think we have to have some idea of a timeline. I realize it's a very difficult thing. It's a moving target. But if we can't come up with a timeline, then I think my idea is that we have to look at either RFPs or putting it out for bid. We can't just sit here another 5 years. We don't want to be here 20 years from now. I won't be here 20 years from now, but I don't want to council 20 years from now looking at this like the Mill 5 situation.
Nor do I want to be part of anything that.
Oh, you might
prolongs
be
it.
here in 20 years. So.
Maybe, but I cannot tonight give you an answer on that. But if I knew we had an option in place, it makes it significantly easier for us to go back and have conversations and say, if we put in an application based upon the program that exists today, what are our chances of scoring well and moving forward? I can give you a much better idea. But I didn't want to put any more time into something that time and money into something that I did not know was a guaranteed thing for us to be able to move forward with.
If I might ask, if you were to have an option, how long an option would you want to purchase and demolish the property? That would go a long ways to settling the council's feeling, I think, on the property.
I'm governed by a board as well, so I'm not going to sit here tonight and make decisions that they would need to weigh in on. But I'm happy to come back to you. I'm happy to come back to you in a public setting and have that conversation. I don't really, that's not the piece, but I'm happy to go back and say, hey, what can we do? How can we make this work? But I would need a longer option than a 2-year option to make that happen. If we were going to make the investment and take that building down, that option would need to be longer than 2 years for us to make sure that we'll be able to recoup our money in this process and get that
2
senior
years
housing.
and a day, 20 years?
I think what we were talking about with the city originally was a 4-year option on the property. My hope would be able to do something much quicker than that, but my fear is I didn't want to put all these public resources into that building and only to turn around and hand it back to you because we weren't able to get it done by, again, anything that was out of our control.
If you got a 4-year option on the building, would you settle for a clawback?
Would I sell it what?
Would you settle for a clawback clause?
If you're willing to recoup my investment that I put into the property, sure.
Certainly, we can talk there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And just to be clear, we offered that before too. All I said was the 2-year option with the clawback wouldn't work because it takes 2 years to put one of these deals together. If you give me a timeline longer than that, I'll put the money into it. And if you're going to give me the money back at the end of the day, if we're not able to get it done, that's on me. So yeah, sure, happy to do that.
I think a big thing would be if that property were to be demolished, the building would be demolished and the property cleaned up, that would go a long ways towards settling things in the community. And I think the council would feel that something is moving ahead. We've sat here now, I've sat here for going on 4 years, nothing's changed, other than the building is going downhill, downhill, downhill. And nothing has happened other than a bunch of animosity amongst community members. So if we can come up with a plan, I'm open to sitting down with you, your board, whoever, and see if we can hammer something out. And I would suspect that my colleagues would agree to that here. At least the majority of them would. Thank you.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director, for coming in. My only concern when we went with Mr. Gendron was that the building was still standing. Now, the share center was out by November, but yet you still did not move forward with any kind of purchase of the building.
Can I respond to that?
Absolutely.
I wasn't given the option to. I was told that you guys were moving forward with Gendron. So I was told once the share center was out, you would move forward, and by that time, I'd need to look back at my notes and find out when I was told, but I believe it was right around that time I was told that you'd be moving forward with Gendron, and I wasn't given the option. They were almost simultaneously. Share center gone, we don't get our option anymore.
I'd be interested in knowing where you got the
Administrator Hunter, do you remember, can you recall when we changed, we deferred from moving with their option and moving to Mr. Gendron? Was that this
I don't
year, or
I'm sorry?
was that in January of this year?
The last meeting is not on this timeline. Is Lincoln back there? I can't even see. Okay. He's below the podium. Lincoln, do you have that day?
Do you mind coming up to the podium, Director Jeffers? If you're going to be speaking.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was the last executive session date.
It would have been it was in the fall. It was, I was looking back on my records, and I wrote various memos, so it would have been for an executive session right at the end of August.
Not for our decision to drop LHA and move forward with Mr. Gendron. That was, I thought, this year.
Actually, it was a September 6th session,
It was after that date.
so. it would have
January
been after
5th,
that.
yeah.
Because Share Center was out by December 1st.
Right.
So
Which kept
I'm not
lingering.
sure if it was truly this year or in December.
Yep, I think it was the very end of last year.
Isn't that, doesn't it say January 5th? Okay, regardless, my understanding was that you were not going to be moving forward, and that's the message that was conveyed with us. We're not going to move forward with the purchase at that time. And that is the impetus for the change to go with Mr. Gendron, because he was going to tear it down immediately. He was going to purchase it right away and tear it down immediately as soon as we had a completed plan in place. So that's the decision, my understanding, that most of the councilors decided to go with him was because the building was still standing. And, I mean, from talking to you here now, it doesn't sound like the building would be coming down anytime soon if we renew your option.
I can't speak to when it would actually come down right now because I'm kind of, this is all being brought to me literally while I'm sitting in this room. The last conversation I had was you no longer have the option and we're going with Gendron. That was before the planning board even made a comment about it. That's what I was told, and I can look up the date. I don't know that it actually matters. The option that we also had standing and the potential extension of any option that we had standing had a clawback clause in it, which was only 2 years, which we had discussed. And like I said to the staff, 2 years wouldn't work for a clawback because it takes 2 years to put this together. So from where I sat, there was no deal in place that made any sense for Lewiston Housing. It didn't mean that we weren't interested in moving forward with the property and purchasing the property, but we weren't presented an ability to be able to we weren't given an option that made any sense for us to move forward with. We were just told, we're moving forward with Gendron.
Sounds like we've had a little bit of miscommunication.
Feels that way.
But getting back to the building, though, I mean, this is important to quite a few of us is that building can't stand, that building can't be on our insurance any longer. And that's my sticking point with renewing the option.
Fair enough. I just need some time to go back and make sure that I can do what you guys need me to do. I can't make those decisions or make anything here tonight. That would be ill-advised for me to do that right now. I'd be giving you fake information, and I don't want to do that. But I'm happy to, if you give me some time to go back and figure out what we can do and when we can get it done, if you give me an appropriate option that gives me the right amount of time to be able to put a deal together with a realistic clawback option, I'm happy to do that quickly and get back to you guys.
Thank
So
you.
Murray, could I ask you, if we gave you 2 weeks to our next council meeting, could you come back to us with some kind of an idea of what you might be able to do, particularly with the raising of the building?
2 weeks is a pretty short turnaround time on that.
Well, that's what we're looking for, sir, is a short turnaround time.
You know, again, I'll do my best. I make no promises. That feels very rushed, in my opinion, to be able to bring back that to you, but I will do my best to get you something as quickly as possible on that.
What would be an appropriate amount of time to get that information back to us?
30 days would be an appropriate amount of time to be able to really put something together and do that.
A month sounds fair.
If I can do it quicker, I'll do it quicker, but I think 30 days is a realistic amount of time.
First Tuesday in, it'll be April now, I guess. First Tuesday in April will be our first council meeting. If we could have that information no later than that date, then we may be able to work something out.
Great.
Anything else, Councilor Clement?
No, sir. All set.
Councilor Pease.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My only concern is you keep saying that it takes more than 2 years to put a package together, and that's why you don't like the clause. This has been going on 4 years now, and still nothing's done. So if we give you another extension for 4 years, that makes it 8 years. What if nothing happens in 8 years?
You get the property back.
So, yeah, but we're no further ahead. It's cost us a ton of money just to hold on to a building.
You wouldn't be holding it, we would own it. We'd be paying for it during that time.
Time frame's a big thing. That's the biggest thing, I think.
I understand that, and that's why I tried to explain earlier that the timeframe that got us here, there was nothing that we could do during that timeframe. And the only reason we've been waiting right now is because there was the option agreement that we had on the table didn't allow us to move forward with putting a plan together. We can start, if you guys give us a realistic option, we can start putting a plan together that makes sense based upon the here and now. It's unfortunate that we weren't able to get the property out of the ground, but we didn't predict COVID. No one predicted COVID, and that's really tripped us up along the way. It tripped everybody up over the last couple of years. We're not unique in this process.
No. I understand that. You know, my thing is I'd be very interested in finding out what kind of package you can put together and how soon you can get it to us, and what the time frame is going to be on that. Thank you.
Anything else at this point, Director Cummery? So, yeah, no, give me, I see everyone. Thank you, give me 1 second. So if I'm hearing, sorry, we're just going to chat up here for a second. Director Cummery, you can stay seated. So if, members of the council, so if we're thinking about giving Director Cummery a month to come back with a plan, are we looking to possibly table this till that next meeting? Would that be most appropriate? That's what, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor?
And then, 1 second, Councilor Clinton, if I may. Yes, we need to see things back in a timely fashion, but you feel a month is sufficient time?
I'm going to do my best to get you what you want within a month or sooner. Yes, I will do the best I can. If I can't deliver in that period of time, then you guys do what you may.
And that would be the first meeting in?
Day of April.
Okay. Do you want? Yeah, the April 4th meeting? Okay. Or would 6 weeks be a little easier? The second meeting in April?
Additional time is always better. I mean, again, I'm not working with a full deck of cards right now in terms of programs that are becoming, there's no 4% program right now. So I'm basically looking at this from the 9% program standpoint that Maine State Housing Authority has available, and then have to figure out how quickly we could pull that building down if we bought it. So there's a lot of moving parts here. 6 weeks would be better, and again, if I could do it quicker, I will.
And yeah, still in April. Okay. Councilor Clement, did you have something?
If I might, Mr. Mayor, before any motion comes up on the floor here, if you would poll the council, I'm amenable to 6 weeks, the second meeting of April, given that we're getting into budget season, and we're going to be meeting ad infinitum, I'm sure, for the next couple of 3 months. Poll the council, after which, if that is agreeable to the council, we have public here tonight. I'd like to hear what they have to say. I don't want to keep them waiting any longer. I think we have a plan, possibly, or at least we have something to look forward to. It's been more than 4 years. I think it's been closing in on 6 years, but, what's another 6 weeks at this point in time?
Yeah, and that was, sorry, please continue.
No, if you would poll the council and see what their wishes are, and then go to the public, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
6 weeks would still be in April.
Yeah, second meeting in April.
Yeah, still in April.
Third Tuesday of April.
Right.
From the city administrator, I think she has something.
Administrator Hunter, did you have something?
Mr. Mayor, what I would suggest if you get to that motion is maybe not to exceed, table not to exceed past the April 18th meeting. That way, if he does have everything available for the earlier meeting,
We could,
we could do it at that meeting.
yeah, no, very good, thank you.
Okay.
And at this point, I will head to public comment, and then we will come back for a potential motion. Yes, so we're heading to public comment. We will observe a strict 3-minute time limit, starting when you start speaking.
Thank you.
Tim Gallant, 533 Webster Street, Lewiston, Maine. First, want to thank you all for all the great input and insight tonight and coming forward and explaining everything, so it's really appreciative. I'm not opposed to anybody getting the property. What I'm suggesting is that maybe you want to consider over the next 6 weeks other alternatives, one being we do raise the building and property. Based on the numbers we heard from councilors tonight, 350,000, maybe 4, it's worth maybe 7 to 900,000. Then offer that piece of property like a TIF or as a gift to a contractor to come in and build our housing. I'm sure if you offered somebody a piece of property worth $900,000, they might be interested in putting in some senior housing for us. So maybe during this 6-week period, the economic board or somebody can talk about that and come up with real numbers to get it leveled and destroyed so it comes off our insurances. But you got to look into other companies, other people might want to build. There are people building in our city across the way as we speak. So somebody has money to build something. Maybe we need to go out there and knock on their doors and say, hey, you guys want to come over to Lewiston and build us something? We'll give you a nice piece of property in a prime area. You might want to consider that so that we have a chance. Or maybe go back to Mr. Gendron or somebody else out here in Lewiston who builds, who'd be interested in doing that. That's a nice piece of property, and they could have maybe a couple stores that you guys can pick what goes on them, and we have our senior housing. So that's what I would offer up tonight, is don't wait 6 weeks. You can still do some work. So that 6 weeks, when they come back and they say they can't do it, then it's going to be 2 more weeks to go out on a bid or talk to other people, or a month. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Thank you very much.
Richard Graham Mason, I live 51 Jean Street, and a little history. Mr. Clement, Councilor Clement, when Larry Gilbert was the mayor, I sent him a letter that we'd be better off tearing down Mill 5 at that time. That was a few years ago. My history is construction. I'm a sheet metal worker by trade. Planning jobs take time. And with the economy the way it is with COVID, materials are difficult to gather, and the prices have gone up substantially. More history. We had a number of fires where we lost many apartment houses in downtown Lewiston. We still have not replaced all of them, and that was many years ago. I want you to think about that, because that hangs on to the city of Lewiston in a sense, because we need to do more of that. Because the tree streets are kind of bare still. So, think about that. I know some major contractors out there and developers, and some of these projects take years to be able to get that all lined up. I used to run a sheet metal shop, union shop, in Norway. I'd get bids for projects and then get to do the work till a year later. Okay, so it's time of planning is the most difficult part. I rest my case.
Marcia Baxter, 22 Buttonwood Lane. First of all, I want to thank everyone who has shared thoughts so far tonight. It's wonderful to hear the support that you all have for senior housing. You have such a difficult job, and I think that the role of social media has just made it so much more difficult for the whole country with the comments that get made and there always are misunderstandings in city government, but I think with social media it's gotten so much worse, and it is very sad when there's a sense of divisiveness. I am sorry about all the misunderstandings that have happened. I would just say that perhaps one way to have less misunderstanding would perhaps really very carefully consider when it's necessary to be in executive session, because when things aren't in the public eye, then it's easier for misunderstandings to happen. Also, it was news to me that Mr. Gendron's proposal was to do with senior housing, because that I never had seen in any of the coverage that the newspaper gave. I don't myself follow this stuff on social media because it upsets me. I don't like to read all the accusations back and forth. So I pretty much watch your meetings on my television or on the internet and read the newspaper. But I think when the city clerk read the different options that you have, I would just suggest that the last one that she read, asking for new proposals, and it sounds like Lewiston Housing is very, very interested in pulling together a proposal, but that's then puts it back for you folks to make the decision that you think is best for the city of Lewiston, for the seniors, for the taxpayers, looking at the big picture, which is what I know you all need to do. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bill Coffin from Mark Street in Lewiston. I just want to remind everybody here there is a big difference depending on who builds this property between housing and affordable housing. Mm-hmm. Some people here are talking affordable housing, others are talking high-end housing, which most of the people in Lewiston nearer my age aren't going to be able to afford. That's why we've got to look at affordable housing. Thank you.
Ed Plord, Lewiston. It's a very dramatic meeting that we have here. I don't know if I should start with a joke or what, but anyway.
It'll have to come out of your 3 minutes.
No, I won't be here but more than 2 minutes. What strikes me is that all of you have the best intentions, from what I've heard tonight. And you're willing to make some concessions about time. And you've gone through this far, and I think that I don't believe this is an emergency. so that granting a little bit more time to try to get plans together is very appropriate. The other thing is, the city, or I would never, if I owned the city, I would sell my land to anybody without a solid plan that has commitments. I would never do that. That's not good business for me. Just a caveat there. Be very careful. That land is in the middle of the city. It is at a gateway. It is a prime piece of property. It is a well-kept property. It has green space associated with it. It's next to stores that you can walk to. It's got everything going forward. City sewage, electricity, flat terrain. And we should look at the best price that we can get, because you know the developer will make a good chunk of money on anything the developers make. You don't see too many go out of business. You don't see too many insurance companies go out of business. And you don't see too many banks go out of business, if they're well managed. I went to kindergarten at Martell School. So that doesn't make any difference to anybody, but it has memories for those who can think back that far. And I would hate to see the facade go. I really would. I would hope that we could salvage some of it for historic purposes. And I understand that sometimes it's not financially feasible to retrofit something that is totally different for the purpose that it was originally built for. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Heidi Brooks. I'm from 1 Pleasant Street in Lewiston, and I appreciate the conversation that was had tonight. I think having safe, affordable, accessible housing has been an issue, and I've had the great fortune to talk to many hundreds of residents in Lewiston, and that's an issue that's very close to my heart, and a lot of people have expressed that to me, either for themselves, looking for downsizing from a home that they're presently in, or for loved ones. So I think the need is really great. 1,600 is what I heard the waiting list was for affordable housing or for housing. And I think affordable is a very key point. It sounds like, I appreciate the testimony from the Lewiston Housing Authority representative talking about how great, the need is, and also that certain things as far as having community rooms, walking paths would be part of a plan. And I think if we keep this option viable, I look forward to hearing back at the meeting that was discussed in April, what the immediate plans are as far as acquisition of the building. But I would encourage council members, and I'm encouraged also by the talk of partnership and wanting senior housing. So I really encourage the council members to support affordable housing.
Here I am again, Ronnie Parody, 82 Prospect Avenue. I want to give you a little history. I was on the school board when we took the asbestos out. Martell School, it was in early 2000, okay? And we had to move the kids over to the high school to go to school. And his wife worked as a teacher. Anyway, so the asbestos, most of it did come out, and the kids were able to go back to Martell School after the asbestos. We also took out an oil tank or something, too. There was something with oil tank back then. The proposal came, and to Lee Clement's comment, I remember coming up here in 2019, the fall of 2019, to ask for LHA housing to do this product. So it's been 4 years, okay? And I think we have to take COVID into consideration, because 2021, that's all we thought about. And that's all the city could think about, because there was so many things going on in the city with this pandemic, and I think that has to be thought of. I like to see the proposal go through with LHA housing and see what they have. And also I want to remind people, please use the first name of Gendron, because the Gendron family owns many, many parcels, and there's different Gendrons. This is David Gendron that offered this, okay? They are all separated into their own companies. So we need to use the first name of any developer, especially the Gendron family, so they don't get all together. I know the Gendron family from years, okay? So, and I know the young kids, John and Todd and everything, so I just want to mention that to them. Nothing against them, but I do know what's gone on for many, many years and everything. So as long as the senior housing, also, I like the city to go out, see what grants are in there, and maybe our legislatures could be involved too, what other grants, because why are other cities getting affordable housing and we're not? You know, I don't know. You know, so there has to be other things. When I read AARP and see all the things over the country that's going through for seniors, it really disturbs me that we can't get more funding and stuff for housing and seniors. We are poor, the seniors in our city and area and everything, so we really need senior housing. Thank you. And thank you for the support for the Senior Advisory Committee. I brought that forward to the councilors and they put it through. Thank you. I want to thank the city councilors for that, because they did put that proclamation. It came out, and you guys did
time.
really
Thank
great. Okay.
Hey, Luke, excuse me, Luke Jensen, 11 Sylvan Avenue. As a 32-year-old, I just really want to voice my opinion for more senior housing in the community. If we can make this project work, we should. But I wanted to just maybe provide a little context and also speak to a little bit about what the housing director spoke to. I didn't find that to be an honest assessment, to be perfectly honest. A lot of excuses, a lot of, well, Vesta promised that, not me. They were partners. I mean, when I sat in that chair in the last council, it was very much a coordinated effort. And so to me, to come up and give all these excuses doesn't really seem to be honest. Also, a comment about offering it to the school board. I was chair of the school committee's facilities subcommittee, where we did a thorough analysis of Martell, determined that there was no future use for it in the school, not even for, just storage or things like that. There were issues with that building, particularly mold. We couldn't even save the new part of the building. I mean, the entire thing had issues. So to say that was even offered to the school committee again is just, it raises a lot of red flags and things. What is going on? What's the actual focus on this? So I don't exactly know how to phrase it because I wasn't expecting to hear that, but if I were sitting on the council, I would have a lot of questions to ask. And just want to reiterate that was not an honest assessment that I think was put forward to you guys tonight. And I get that the pandemic caused a lot of issues, and that's probably the one thing I do understand. But also to say that, oh, well, another tenant was in there with a lease that caused issues, there's more to that, and I hope you guys dig into that a lot more. I would as a counselor. But again, I just want to take this time to really reiterate, no matter what happens with that property, this city needs more senior housing, both affordable, market rate, as well as a senior center. If this city is going to build the economic momentum that it needs to survive in this century, which we really need to spark right now, providing that type of housing, particularly for seniors, is absolutely vital. It does a lot of things. It's good for a lot of ways it's good for the economy. It also frees up a lot of the local housing stock, provides some economic boom to the area that it comes to. At the end of the day, some new housing can cause issues. I've talked before about we need a balance when it comes to housing. And if you strictly do, affordable housing without balancing it with market rate, you're putting more strain on first responder services, more strain on the schools without the funding coming in to balance it out. And we have been doing that a lot in Lewiston the last, my lifetime, really. So having senior housing really can provide a lot of way that areas in the community could grow wherever they're placed. So whatever happens tonight, I definitely don't want this to kind of go away. The conversation of a senior center should still be on the table. It should be a priority for this council and every council thereafter until it happens. And we should really look at other options for senior housing. And if it is cheaper to just find a new property and start from scratch, that's something that should be on the table too. I really think that's an important issue. And so again, as someone who's 32 years old, not even, maybe halfway to retirement age, I really, really, really want to see more senior housing in the community, and do the best you can with this, you guys. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Crystal Ward. I live on Montello Street, and I came here because I thought all of you had lost your mind. Because all I heard was, they don't like seniors. They want to give it away. They don't care about the senior citizens. And I was like, have they all gone crazy? Well, I'm glad for all of the testimony, some a little conflicting, some not. I'm glad to finally figure out a timeline in my mind as to what was going on, and I'm glad to hear that you have a proposal you're waiting for in 6 weeks to see if we can actually move forward with this development, because senior housing is absolutely needed in the city of Lewiston, and you have changed my mind, and I don't think you're crazy. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Susan Charlet. I live at 81 Ash Street in Ward 3. I am a resident of one of those Lewiston Housing Authority buildings over on Ash Street. Once is now known the Healy Terrace apartment buildings. And it has, as many of you know, quite a history. Illustrious history. And I don't know if I'm really saying anything particularly new. I also obviously support senior housing. But I also want to give also kind of a shout out to the Lewiston Housing Authority, because they've done, at least for our building, my building where I am, a really tremendous job. I mean, this past Saturday when we had this big snowstorm, they were there, several times a day, plowing out the parking lot and shoveling the sidewalks, and it was just quite impressive. And they've done a nice job, too, of, as they said, having a community space. And I've noticed that many times when, I'll come into the community room and there'll be people just sitting around chatting and talking, and how really wonderful and how important that social connection is, where otherwise these seniors might be more isolated and alone. This gives them an opportunity to get together. And so I, as one who lives in that affordable housing, I very much appreciate this being available, and I do hope that can continue, that senior housing can continue to be built in that old school setting. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diane Grand Mason. I live at 51 Jean Street in Lewiston. And I have the privilege of taking care of two seniors. One was at Meadowview, and she lived to be 97 years old. And then I had one that lived at the Maison Marcotte that lived to be 97 years old. One was full pay, but she was in a senior housing, because there is a full pay rate in affordable housing, and there's a lower rate for people that can't pay. But you don't know the difference. And I think that's one of the advantages about going with Lewiston Housing Authority. They did a wonderful job, and I think that you should give them the option. You really should consider it, because I think they'll handle it more. You talk about senior housing, but you're not talking about affordable senior housing. You need the mixed thing. And like I say, you can't tell who's full pay and who is not. And there's reason why somebody would go into senior housing that would be full pay. My aunt had immaculate degeneration. She wasn't legally blind. She was legally blind, but she could do anything you guys are doing. So why would you put her in assisted living? You'd want to put her in a secure place, and Lewiston Housing makes those places secure. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Phoenix McLaughlin, Brooks Avenue, Ward 1. I'm here. I'd want to express a bit of frustration that, to be honest, only grew listening to you all speak earlier, just mostly around the process with this. And I think because of the executive session use, as far as I can tell, I'm a member of the Finance Committee. And my feeling is, I mean, one, as a member of the Finance Committee, we did put forward a recommendation, as we are required to do, for the disposition of property above a certain value. But certainly as a member of that committee, that's not part of the council. I'm not privy to the information that is contained in an executive session. And so I feel, at least at that time, my own role in that seems, not quite right. I mean, I'm not able to make a decision based on the full information. And, that's not a huge deal perhaps, but hearing you all talk tonight made me a little frustrated in that almost none of what I heard you share after you took the vote to be able to discuss the executive session, seemed like information that was really legally necessary to be contained within an executive session. I think somewhat demonstrated by the fact that after a 60-second discussion and motion and vote, you're able to then just talk about it freely. I do feel like executive sessions, I'm not sure if I should be expressing this frustration to you all or to who maybe is advising on when that is appropriate to go into, but it strikes me as that would be helpful both as a member of one of the committees of the city, but also just as a resident, in that, if all of these deliberations were able to happen in public meeting, whatever disagreements you may have over time, that steam can kind of be released bit by bit and not build until, you have articles in the paper, you have people on social media, you have people here tonight. I think the comments of the last hour have been positive, but I don't feel like it's quite water on the bridge because, I feel pretty strongly that there's a lot of development that needs to happen in the city, and some of that will involve city property. And my concern is that if, other developers elsewhere saw the first part of this meeting, they would not walk but run away from wanting to do business in redeveloping city property just because of the way this all came about. And maybe it's a combination of things, but it seemed like one thread to me is that aspect of confidentiality around information that really maybe didn't need to be confidential at the time and just has caused, I think, greater confusion. That's my opinion from my position. Obviously, you all deal with a lot of issues here, and I'm sure you have a good idea of what to do next. And so thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
Well, good evening, everyone. Contrary to popular belief, I am not a senior. That would be some disinformation. But it's my understanding, my name is Joshua Petchowitz, 145 Summer Street, Apartment 1, Mr. Mayor, that this is something that has been an issue at this Martell building since I was a senior at Central Maine Christian Academy in Lewiston. This has been something that has been not dealt with for many years, 4 is my understanding, that's sitting through this meeting today. And I'm so grateful that this has galvanized the discussion. Clearly, we have a very broad public here today because they are passionate about this issue. But whether it's 44 units or 300 units, we have a deficit of about 1,600 folks that need affordable seasonal housing in the city of Lewiston. And if we solve this issue at the Martell building today, that is still less than 3% of those people that will be properly accounted for, that will be taken care of. And I understand that this is an issue where if we do not act, the city will lose its insurance, and that could potentially cost all of us as taxpayers of Lewiston millions of dollars is something I've understood if somebody were to trample onto this property, and that would be a grave issue. Now, I'm not asking you to act swiftly or irrationally, but if 6 weeks is not the best the director can do, I would suggest that we move in a manner where the Martell building is taken into the hands of the private sector so that things can indeed move more swiftly. Now, with that being said, thank God we've galvanized this discussion so that way 1,600 people are taken care of. We have very sparsely populated wards in 4 and 6, and I would like to ask the council to, in this 6 weeks, while we delay, as was said, that we should not have all of our eggs in one basket, very wisely, that we take these next 6 weeks and contemplate the idea of what we can do outside of the Martell building and outside of downtown and urban Lewiston. We have a large rural area that can be developed if we so choose. We have a council that is capable of doing things like that, and I would just like to thank you as a private citizen and a taxpayer for listening to these folks, because it's clearly been a long-winded discussion, something that we need to have apparent in the city, and units is the name of the game, and I'm in the private sector, Mr. Mayor. You're the salesman for the city. I encourage you to work hard to get more units for this city at an affordable level. Thank you for your time.
Further public comment? Thank you, everyone, for being here, and thank you for speaking. Director Kamari, can I bring you back to the front? Before I bring it back to the council, is there anything else you'd like to add or anything you'd like to say at this point?
No, I appreciate the time tonight. I hope in the future when there's any miscommunication or anything having to do with the housing authority in terms of whether you guys don't understand where we're going or there's any disagreements, I would just welcome the opportunity to be brought in, whether it be in an executive session or a open council meeting. I'm happy to have that conversation anywhere, but I feel it's a lot more productive for all of us to have the conversation face to face than to wait all this time and then end up where we are today.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Any further questions for Director Kamari from the council? Councilor Pease?
It's not really a question. It's I'm just, Mr. Plood brought up a question about, salvaging something from the school. And if you remember correctly, that's one of our big things we said in the executive session, that we'd like to have something, some memento, a name or something, as part of the new project.
Yeah, as we discussed in that executive session, the 44 units could potentially still happen as was originally talked about, and if we went in a different direction, it would always be in paying homage to the building in some way, shape, or form would be included in that as well. So, still to come on how we do it, but yes.
I just wanted him to know that we were thinking of it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And comments or questions from the council about, Administrator Hunter, when is the the second meeting date in April? April what?
It is the 18th.
18th, thank you. Are we agreeable that the 18th could work? May I have a motion to that effect?
Latest till the 18th, April? On or before.
No later than.
I'll second that.
Did you get all that, Madam Clerk?
Right, to postpone this matter to no later than the April 18th meeting.
Beautifully worded, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Councilor Pease, and then Councilor McCarthy, did you second?
Yes.
Okay. Further discussion from the council? Yes, Councilor Clement.
Just to move this particular item to the second meeting in April, we're not making any decision at this time as to how we'll proceed it then. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I mean, I would just like to, kind of expand upon that. We are at this point proceeding in good faith that, Director Komari will come back with a timeline, and if the timeline is reasonable and doable, we will, in good faith, evaluate that timeline. I don't want a situation where, Director Komari, spends a lot of time and work for something that we will not plan on evaluating in any substantial or good faith manner.
I don't think anybody does. So.
Excellent. Madam, and you're amenable to that, Director Kilmurray?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Administrator Hunter, did you have something?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if it would please you, can we move item number 9, the condemnation hearing, up at this point? Because we do have the city attorney that is in here, as well as the individuals in the condemnation hearing.
Absolutely. Let's,
you.
2 hours.
do we need a? Yeah, we're going to take a couple minute recess and we'll be right back. Yeah, no, this would be. Hello, we are back. Thank you for your patience to the viewing public at home. We are, am I to understand, Madam Clerk, that we are moving one step back to agenda item number 9?
Yes, sir, we're on number 9, which is condemnation hearing for the building located at 865 Sabata Street. There are 2 items for requested action. The first item, to conduct a hearing to determine if the building located at 865 Sabata Street has met the dangerous building statutes as defined in Title 17, Section 2851 et al.
I think we're just going to get started, right? And just for the public's information, we are joined here by Mr. Michael Carey, our attorney. So we are meeting this evening to conduct a hearing to determine whether the structure at 865 Sabata Street is a nuisance or dangerous building within the meaning of the applicable Maine statute at Section 2851 of Title 17 of the Maine Revised Statutes, and whether the structure poses a serious threat to public health and safety within the meaning of Section 2856 of that title. If the council makes either determination, it will then determine what actions the property owner must take. Under Section 2851, a structure, or any part thereof, is a nuisance or a dangerous building if it is structurally unsafe, unstable, or unsanitary, constitutes a fire hazard, is unsuitable or improper for the use or occupancy to which it is put, constitutes a hazard to health or safety because of inadequate maintenance, dilapidation, obsolescence, or abandonment, or is otherwise dangerous to life or property. Under Section 2856, a municipality has the right to secure buildings that pose a serious threat to the public health and safety. These are the standards that the council will use at this hearing. Before we start, I first have a question for all city council members. The building at 865 Sabata Street is owned by Michael H. Fortin and John M. Gray. Stephen E. Dubois has possession of the structure by virtue of an installment contract. Rotary Auto Sales was operated from the premises. It is unclear if Rotary Auto Sales, LLC, Erica Williams, or Jeffrey E. Williams was a tenant at 865 Sabata Street. Does any city council member know an owner, another party in interest, or have knowledge about this matter? That means that you could not fairly and impartially hear the facts and decide the matter based on the evidence presented at this hearing. Next, I will ask for representatives of the parties in interest to introduce yourself, including your name, address, and position. Are the owners of 865 Sabata Street or their representative present tonight? Can I get you to come to the podium, please?
John Gray, owner of 865 Sabata Street.
Thank you. Is another party of interest present? Yeah, if you can go to the podium.
Good evening. I'm Dennis Carrillo, an attorney representing Stephen Dubois, who has the installment sales contract on the property.
Good evening. I'm Stephen E. Dubois.
Now, the procedure that the City Council will follow in conducting this hearing is as follows. Number 1, any documents to be used in this proceeding will be marked as an exhibit. I accept into evidence the Planning and Code Enforcement Department's previously provided Exhibits A through L for 865 Sabata Street. Number 2, the presentation of the evidence for the property will occur in the following order. City Planning and Code Enforcement Department staff will present an opening statement and relevant evidence regarding why they believe the structure at 865 Sabata Street is a nuisance or dangerous building and what remedies the City Council shall order. Following the completion of the Planning and Code Enforcement Department's presentation, any party in interest will have an opportunity to present an opening statement and any relevant evidence they want the City Council to consider with regard to whether the structure at issue is a nuisance or a dangerous building, and if so, what remedy the council shall order. Any party in interest can then ask questions of the Planning and Code Enforcement Department and any witnesses. The Planning and Code Enforcement Department can then ask questions of any party in interest and any witnesses present. The Planning and Code Enforcement Department can then make additional comments regarding any party in interest presentation. Any party in interest can then make additional comments regarding the presentation of the Planning and Code Enforcement Department. City Council members can then ask questions of the Planning and Code Enforcement Department, a party in interest, or a witness. Each side can then make closing remarks of not more than 2 minutes each. Only parties to these hearings will be allowed to participate. Comments from the public will not be taken at this hearing. After all the information has been presented, the record will be closed. The City Council will deliberate and take a vote on whether the structure in question is a threat to public health and safety that requires prompt action. If the council so determines, it shall deliberate and take a vote on the appropriate order to be made to remedy the situation. The City Council will deliberate and then take a vote on whether the structure in question is a nuisance or dangerous building. If the council determines that the structure is a nuisance or dangerous building, it shall deliberate and take a vote on the appropriate order to be made to remedy the situation. This is an administrative hearing and not a court proceeding. Therefore, the formal rules of evidence will not apply. As mayor, I will determine the appropriateness and admissibility of evidence on the advice of the city attorney. I now ask that the Lewiston Planning and Code Enforcement Department present the City Council with information relevant to this matter before it.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. On February 1st, 2023, a notice of...
If I can get you both to introduce yourselves, that would be great.
David Hediger, Director of Planning and Code Enforcement.
Travis Tardif, Code Enforcement.
On February 1st, 2023, a notice of this hearing was recorded in the Androscoggin County Registry of Deeds in Book 11300 and page 335, a copy of which is included in your packets as Exhibit A. 865 Sabata Street is identified as parcel ID RE000102226 on the City of Lewiston tax maps, a portion of which and property information for the parcel on which the structure is located is included in your packets as Exhibit B. The building at 865 Sabata Street, which I will refer to as the structure, is a commercial structure owned by Michael H. Fortin and John M. Gray by virtue of a quitclaim deed recorded in the Androscoggin County Registry of Deeds on May 17, 2022, and in your packets as Exhibit C. Stephen E. Dubois has possession of the structure by virtue of being the buyer under an installment land sale contract dated March 18, 2008. The installment land sale contract is in your packets as Exhibit D. Rotary Auto Sales was operated on the premises. Erica Williams and Jeffrey E. Williams may have an interest in Rotary Auto Sales LLC. It's unclear whether Rotary Auto Sales LLC, Erica Williams, and/or Jeffrey E. Williams was a tenant in the structure. The structure was being used for an automobile repair shop. On February 14, 2023, Michael H. Fortin was served with a notice of hearing and the return of services in your packets as Exhibit E. On February 6, 2023, John M. Gray was served with notice of a hearing and that return of services in your packets as Exhibit F. On February 6, 2023, Stephen E. Dubois was served with a notice of hearing and that was return of services in your packets as Exhibit G. On February 7, 2023, Erica Williams signed a consent to demolish that acknowledged service of the notice of the hearing, and that consent is in your packets as Exhibit H. Rotary Auto Sales LLC, through its Chapter 7 trustee, acknowledged service of the notice on February 15, 2023, and that acknowledgement of service is in your packets as Exhibit I. On February 6, 2023, the attorney for Jeffrey E. Williams signed an acknowledgement of service, which is in your packets as Exhibit J. Lewiston Code Enforcement Officer Travis Tardif will describe the conditions of the property.
Yep. So I am City of Lewiston Code Enforcement Officer Travis Tardif. I've been with the city for a year and a half. and I've been a Maine Certified Code Enforcement Officer for 6 years. In the following slideshow, which is included in your packets as Exhibit L, I'll describe the conditions at 865 Sabata Street that cause the structure to be dangerous or a nuisance. In addition, there are additional pictures at the end of the slideshow. So on January 6th of 2022, there was a gas explosion in the building causing catastrophic damage to the building. Power to the building was immediately removed following the explosion, and the water has been shut off since May 10th of 2022. So the picture on the left is of the front of the building from the street, from Sabata Street. It's right near Pizza Hut. It's a pretty often seen building. The picture on the right is the rear of the building. When the explosion occurred, the rear wall was blown out and caused the rear section of the roof to collapse. The building has since been abandoned, and as far as we can tell, nobody has been in that building for almost a year. It has the appearance of abandonment, attracting transients looking for a place to live or sleep, which could possibly cause further deterioration. And its potential for a full collapse hazard. These are the rear two corners of the building. You can see how the brickwork and the mortar has been damaged. The majority of the damage was to the back of the building, but there's also damage to the front of the building. You'll see that shortly. It was reasonably secured at the time of the explosion, including a chain link fence, but that fence has now been knocked down. We were just there today, and additional sections of the fence has been knocked down, and entry could be gained. Due to the severe structural damage, it's unsafe for anybody to enter the building. Severe health and safety hazard to anyone attempting to enter the structure due to dangerous and unsanitary conditions. Dangerous to life and property due to inadequate maintenance, dilapidation, and abandonment. And it's unsuitable for the current commercial use to which it is put. Aside from the building itself, there are seven unregistered and inoperable vehicles, plus one unregistered and unpermitted trailer. Property is not being fully maintained, and it's a nuisance due to abandonment. You can see in this picture where a section of the chain link fence has fallen down. It was poorly installed to begin with, meant to be a temporary barrier, but it's just gone on too long that the building's been left standing. It can gain access through the barricaded back wall, and like I said earlier, it was reasonably barricaded, but it's no longer adequate. Nuisance due to structural damage and unsanitary conditions, public health and safety hazard, potential for squatters to enter and take up residence, increasing possible fire hazard, and the potential for animals and other elements to enter the structure, causing further deterioration. So as I mentioned, water was disconnected May 10th, 2022. It's unsuitable for use as plumbing systems not connected to water supply for the maintenance of sanitary conditions. The electrical service was disconnected immediately following the explosion, so it's unsuitable for use as there's no working electrical system, resulting in hazard conditions due to lack of smoke detectors, required lighting, and heating facilities. This is the only picture I could get from the inside, because as I said before, it's not safe to enter. You can see the rear section of the roof's caving in. After the explosion, the tenants took what they wanted and abandoned the building, leaving behind volatile and toxic substances typically found in a commercial garage. Nuisance due to unsanitary conditions, severe health and safety hazard due to dangerous and unsanitary conditions, and again, it's unsuitable for the use to which it is put. In conclusion, the building qualifies as being dangerous due to severe structural damage caused by the gas explosion. The building qualifies as being a nuisance due to unsanitary and unsafe conditions. The building is unsecured and unsanitary. It is unsuitable for the commercial use to which it is put. It constitutes a hazard to health and safety due to inadequate maintenance, dilapidation, obsolescence, and abandonment. It is dangerous to life and property, and it must be demolished. And just a few follow-up pictures. This is the rear right corner. You can see where the roof is separated on the picture on the right, and where it's collapsing on the picture on the left. This is the front right corner, which I was speaking of earlier. You can see the damage to the brickwork. That impact from the explosion just shook everything loose. And then these are some pictures from today. All the windows on the left side are broken out, and an additional section of chain link fence has fallen down. And that concludes the slideshow. So we request that the council conclude that 865 Sabata Street qualifies as a nuisance or dangerous building for the following reasons. The structure is unsecured. The structure is abandoned and attracts transients looking to squat, constituting a fire hazard and a safety hazard. The toxic and volatile substances and debris throughout the exterior and interior of the structure create an unsanitary condition, constitutes a hazard to health and safety due to inadequate maintenance, dilapidation, obsolescence, and abandonment, and is otherwise dangerous to life and property. The structure is unsuitable for the use or occupancy to which it is put. The excessive debris around the property creates hazardous conditions. The structure constitutes an extreme hazard to health and safety because of inadequate maintenance, dilapidation, obsolescence, and abandonment. As such, we ask that you adopt our proposed finding of fact and conclusion of law and order the structure to be demolished. Any one of these reasons meets Maine's law standard for nuisance or dangerous building, but together they pose a greater danger to the public. Thank you.
Anything further? Thank you both. And now I would like to bring for an opening statement, I believe, John Gray. The owner.
The building at 865 Sabata Street, we do not contend that it should be taken down. That's obvious. But there are other mitigating circumstances in this case. One which is, although I'm one of the owners, Michael Fortin is the other owner of the building, we don't have possession of the building. We have tried to take possession of the building through district court last year, and we were referred to the Superior Court to go through the process of gaining possession of the building. So we don't have possession of the building, otherwise we would have taken it down by now. The only thing I can say is that we're not opposing taking the building down. The building, we just don't have the capacity unless Mike Fortin and his attorney, somehow we can come to some kind of an agreement, but I don't see how legally we can do anything to take it down. We'd like to cooperate with the city to do that, but the building's in dispute at this point. As far as being a hazard for somebody to use it, to live in it, is fine, but right now it's sitting by itself. I'm not sure that it's that much of a fire safety and things of that nature just yet. I'm not disagreeing that there's issues there. So we would like to take the building down too. We just don't have the legal ability to, we have the financial ability to do it, but we don't have the possession of the building. Okay?
Thank you. Is there any evidence that you'd like to enter?
Evidence such, I think you have a copy of the land contract in the packet there. We could enter that as evidence, but I think you already have that. So I don't really have anything other than that. You've seen some of the pictures, but I was last year plowing the building, and the building has been secured up around it. It's not like nobody really can get in it, even though the fence is down. So I don't know if the city's mad rush to have it torn down in the next 30 days is legitimate. I mean, we may need a little more time, but and Mike has been more than willing to work with us, so I guess that's all I would say.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
At this point, I'd like to bring up Stephen Dubois and his attorney for an opening statement, and to enter in any evidence if you have any. And I'm sorry, your name again, sir?
My name's Dennis Carrillo.
Thank you.
Carrillo, attorney for Stephen Dubois. And we don't agree with everything Mr. Gray just said, but what's relevant for tonight is that Mr. Dubois does agree that the building is a nuisance or a dangerous building under the statute, and that it should be condemned and demolished. And we've agreed to the proposed order with some very minor edits that we worked out with the city beforehand, and we don't have any evidence to present.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Would it be helpful just to indicate the revisions that Attorney Carrillo was referring to?
Yes.
So the order was in the agenda packet, so I'm going to refer to that. I'm on paragraphs 27. The paragraphs 27, 28, and 30 will have the following edit. After the words "that the owners" will be inserted, comma, Stephen E. Dubois, comma, and then continue and/or their successors, and so forth. So that will be in both 27, 28, and 30, and I can provide a clean copy to the clerk tomorrow. The other change, there's two other changes in paragraph 29. The first is in the final sentence, in the final line, I'm sorry, paragraph 2, the final line of page 2, and it would be describing a rehabilitation plan that demonstrates in the director's sole discretion the owner's ability and willingness to satisfactorily rehabilitate, and add these words, or demolish the structure. Then the second proposed change to that line would be adding a sentence at the very end of that paragraph. And that sentence would be, for the purpose of this paragraph, Stephen E. Dubois has the rights and obligations of an owner. And so what that would do would be to allow Mr. Dubois, since he has possession, and Mr. Gray's not contesting that, would allow him to be able to come forward and enter into a contract with the director to demolish or rehabilitate the property. And it seems like everybody agrees it would be demolished.
At this point, Mr. Gray, do you have any questions for Planning and Code? Okay, thank you. Mr. Carrillo, do you have any questions for Planning and Code?
No.
Thank you. Planning and Code, do you have any questions for either of them?
We do not.
Yeah, we're doing it. Okay. Is there anything else that you'd like to, do you want to make additional comments regarding any party of interest presentation?
Nope, other than I think the pictures speak for themselves. Both interested parties agree that the building needs to be demolished. And we hope that they can come to terms with whatever they need to do in the next 30 days so we can move forward with getting the building down.
Does any party of interest wish to make any additional comments at this time?
No.
No. Mr. Gray? I'll take that as a no. Okay. And now, thank you, everyone. And now, city councilors, do you have any questions for planning and code? Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to someone clarify for me, is the city going to demolish the building, or are the owners going to demolish the building under this scenario?
If the order that the city attorney just referenced under paragraph 29, that gives the owners, that being, potentially Mr. Gray, Mr. Dubois, whoever actually has possession of the property, they can come back within 30 days of this action. And if they come back with a plan that's satisfactory, deals with technical and financial capacity, that they actually have the ability to knock down this building, then we can take that into consideration and they may in fact knock down the building. If that doesn't happen within 30 days, then it'll be the city's responsibility to demolish the building.
What type of timeline would they be given if they come back with a plan?
Well, if it was us, if no action is taken within 30 days, we could probably get it taken down in another 30 days. So I would think somewhere in that ballpark, we would look to work with them. If they need a little more time, it's gonna depend on what they give us for a proposal. Maybe they don't have a contractor up, maybe they do. But I don't see this, my goal would for this building to be down within the next couple of months.
And you think that's feasible with them doing it?
We'll find out.
No crystal ball?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Can I just make one clarification? So, not only can just to be absolutely clear, not only can councilors ask questions of planning code, but they can also ask questions of any party in interest.
So just wanted to add to Director Hediger's comment, the proposed order before you would order the owners to demolish the building. And so if they needed more time, or for some reason thought they could rehabilitate it, that's when they could come to Director Hediger to propose that. But the council's order tonight would be to demolish it within 30 days.
Thank you.
Further questions from the council? I would invite Mr. Gray to make a closing statement if he so chooses to. Please come to the podium.
No, I'm fine. Building needs to come down. We're willing to go forward, whatever needs to be done.
Mr. Carrillo?
And we don't feel the need to make a closing statement either, but thanks for the opportunity.
Director Hediger?
I think we're all set.
Okay. The record is now closed. Any further questions or deliberations before we take a vote? Are we, Councilor Pease, did you have something?
Just one question. Are we voting just on number one?
No, actually, it would be number 2. If you're all done with your discussion and your hearing, then we could move on, and I'm happy to read that next motion in your book, which is number 2, if that's the step you're at, Mr. Mayor.
I believe so. But one second, Madam Clerk. So do we have any more discussion from the council? Okay. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Great. With, the motion before you would be with regard to the property 865 Sabata Street to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law and order of demolition proposed by the City Planning and Code Enforcement Department, which order established the corrective action to be taken by the property owner and the time frame for taking such action, and which authorized the city administrator to take such corrective action if the property owner fails to do so, and to recoup the city's costs through a special tax or collective action.
So I have a motion. Councilor McCarthy.
That was mine.
Okay. Thank you for owning up to that. We have, Councilor McCarthy has motioned, and then I believe Councilor Clement has seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Want to thank our city attorney, Director Jeffers. I'm sorry, your name again, sir?
Travis.
Travis. Yeah. No, thank you, Travis. And thank you to our parties of interest. Have a wonderful evening.
Director Hediger.
We what?
Needed a bodyguard coming to these
I
meetings.
guess, yeah, I guess we're moving over.
That's right. I like
Him
that.
knocking on my door saying I'm out of code.
It's a common theme upstairs right now.
Everybody's really nice when I meet them in person.
I'm sure.
We know people with
Travis.
backhoes.
Have a good
That's
night.
not a problem.
I think we're at item number 3. Madam Clerk, am I to understand we're at agenda item number 3?
Yes, sir, we are. Item number 3, public hearing and first passage for an amendment to the Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 2 definitions. Requested action that the proposed amendments to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 2 definitions receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance amendments be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
Move for passage.
Yes, Councilor Clement, second by Councilor Pease. And Madam Clerk, do we need to hold a public hearing first?
It would all be part of it. Yes, you could go to the public for any comment.
Okay, yeah, we are now holding the public hearing.
Yes.
Seeing none, we are now back to the council. I guess Director Jeffers, or do you want to? Director Hediger.
Is that a good thing or bad thing? I don't know how to take it.
Just throw something at it.
Director Hediger, please kick us off.
So we're checking off baskets here, right? All these amendments tonight are in line with the discussions that you folks have had with the planning board. Section 2 is definitions. To summarize it, we've made a definition for accessory dwelling unit. You'll see that again in Article 11 and more specifically in Article 12. And we've eliminated the in-law provisions as a result of that. So that's also in line with LD 2003 that you folks have been hearing about, where we have to make some accommodations to allow accessory dwelling units. I think that's going to be a good change. Again, we can talk more about that as we get into Article 12. The definition of home occupation, we've allowed it so home occupations could allow one employee if they wanted to. Right now, nobody can be engaged in a home occupation unless it's family members. We often have people ask, like, hey, why can't I have one other person working that? So we're providing a little more flexibility there. Some tweaks with respect to automobile repair garages and automobile services to make it clear that that includes towing services. Another reference to setback area front, and we keep on finding these setback references throughout the ordinance. and some clarification with respect to tiny homes, that tiny homes are in fact allowed wherever single-family homes are. We get asked that all the time, and we just put some additional language in there to clear that up. Planning board's recommendation was unanimous.
Thank you. Discussion from the council? Councilor,
Thank you. Oh, gee, what'd you do to it? I just want to thank you for all of this work and the planning board. I watched the meeting the other day, and I appreciated all the conversation that went around this and the questions that they had, particularly around the tiny houses and what's the definition of a tiny house? Is it a little house behind the house or a shed, or what is it? So I just want to put that out there, that this is some great work. We're fast-tracking some stuff that we wanted to do, and I appreciate that this is happening, so thank you.
Thanks.
just out of curiosity, do we have any tiny homes in Lewiston?
I don't believe we do, only because Councilor Scott mentioned it. People talk about wanting tiny houses all the time, and then when you tell them what a tiny house is, they really just want a small house. Tiny house actually has to be on a chassis. The idea is that it's actually something that can be moved, almost like a mobile home, but a tiny house. Oh, I don't want that. I want a small house. That's something different. That's just a small house.
Gotcha. Thank you. Further discussion? Anything else, Director Jeffers? Or Director Hediger?
Wow.
Director
Wow.
Come on.
What'd you do to him?
I don't know. It's late, I guess. You know.
We are joined at the... I apologize. Oh, and yes, Director Jeffers is actually still here.
I'm all set.
You're good. Thank you, Director David Hediger. Madam Clerk, are we ready to vote?
If you're ready to vote, yes, we're ready to
Please.
call the roll. Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 4.
Item number 4, public hearing and first passage for an amendment to the Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 3, Official Map. There are 3 items for requested action. I will point out that the very first item, there are 2 options that are presented, and the council is welcome to make a motion on whichever item they would like to bring forth.
Thank you. Director Hediger, can you please kick us off?
Okay. So we did Sabata Street, changing the corridor there. We were working on Lisbon Street. Main Street will come to you folks probably in May. These changes are in large part reflective of what was discussed at the joint workshop with the planning board and council. The only one that is maybe a little bit different is Area A, which is on this map here. And I'll zoom in on this to some indication what's going on. There we go. So left panel is what exists, right panel is what is proposed. The bottom of the screen, this where I'm going right here, this is Lisbon Street, this cursor where I'm moving. So down here is just after Grimmel's. The Pepperell Mill is this brown spot on the left here, so that gives you some bearings. So we're starting basically at the Pepperell Mill and going up to Prospect, Weber Avenue, those areas there. So if we look at the map on the right, we've indicated the areas that we're proposing to change from residential to commercial. So this area here would now become urban enterprise instead of UE. We've changed this area from NCA to NCB. NCB is more of a multifamily district than a single family district. That's because most of these properties here contain more than one dwelling unit. And then where this little bump out here, I'm not sure why that was zoned the way it was, but we're just bringing that all into a residential area versus a commercial district. Keep on going up Lisbon Street, Promenade Mall's on the right side, and this would be Martell. You guys want to talk about Martell? This property here on option 1 was to go to community business. Community business is everything that you see in this lighter purple shaded color area. That was the recommendation, or basically the consensus that came out of the joint workshop, versus office residential. So currently office residential, proposed community business. What's the biggest difference between the two? It allows slightly more density from a multifamily perspective. It allows retail, it allows eating and drinking establishments. Those are probably the biggest obvious ones. Office residential, slightly less density, no eating or drinking, no retail. And then this section here, there's a couple multifamilies at the end of Marston Street. Put those into community business instead of NCA. That will make them conforming because we allow multifamily in the community business. We don't allow multifamily in the NCA. And then we bumped, not very deep, but basically a lot, or where there were some lots split zoned here from NCA to community business, gives a little more depth. As City Clerk mentioned, you have two options. So this is the first option. This is what staff presented based upon the workshop. The action that the planning board actually took was to make all of the changes as recommended, with the exception of Martell. Their motion was to approve all the changes under, what are we calling this? Option A, right? Area A, excuse me. Approve all the proposals under A with the exception of Martell. They felt the need to continue that to be office residential. Their concern at the time was they just didn't want to open it up to any type of development to occur there. They didn't necessarily want to see another type of reference was made to like a dollar store. They want to see something bigger and better occur on that property, and they were open to any potential developer to come forward with some type of contract zone, so maybe there were some more limitations as to what specifically could occur on the property. With that, I think we probably want to do each section by their own, A and B, and I think as noted in your packet, there's two potential motions with respect to Area A because of the difference in recommendation with the planning board to not change the Martell property. You'll note the motion requires 5 affirmative votes, so basically you need a supermajority to overturn the planning board's recommendation.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. Just a question about the Martell property. Are we thinking that, you know, if it does go forward with LHA as we discussed earlier, are we thinking that it will probably be a contract zone anyway, or what's the thinking there?
I didn't hear all the discussion, given the involvement with the last item. I don't know. It's going to depend on what LHA wants, probably for density out there. I'm not sure if they considered other uses, if there was mixed use being considered or not. I think the biggest thing would probably be density. We do plan on coming back to you folks at some point with respect to the office residential district as well. Office residential district, look at some of the space and bulk standards with that, as well as East Avenue, because a lot of East Avenue is zoned office residential. So as it stands right now, I think the biggest difference between the two would be density. If the use of that property is going to be limited to residential.
Thank you.
Director Jeffers, did you want to say anything to that?
Knowing Director Hediger was focused on other things, he said exactly what I was going to say. The 44 units that was already approved required a contract zone, as I recall, to increase it a little bit. So if they do anything more than that, they would need to do a rezoning, just to increase the density, but that's it.
Thank you. Councilor McCarthy?
So in other words, if we go with option 1 and change it to CB, that would allow a denser, more units on that property without having any special contract zoning or anything like that, correct?
So right now, the density in the office residential district is 1 unit per 3,000 square feet of lot area. In the community business district, it's 1 unit per 2,000 square feet of lot area.
So you're
To say
looking
the
at,
3,000
you're looking at a third more than under
whether-
CB?
Whether that 3,000 is going to change to another number, I'm not sure yet. That's something that we're going to be discussing with you folks in the future. I say the future, in the next 6 months. But for any immediate concerns, if LHA comes forward, is the 3,000 going to work for them, or are they going to need a number like 2,000, or maybe the 2,000 doesn't even work, and that's where the contract zone comes into place and says, we need a specific number because this is the number of units we're looking for.
If things don't follow through with LHA, the property would be more marketable as a CB than an OR, wouldn't it?
It depends on what we're looking to do with the property out there. If you're looking to market it for more commercial type uses, being gas stations, restaurants, things of that nature, then community business is the direction you want to go in. If you're looking for professional offices and residential, but maybe not the same density, then office residential is what you want. Again, the planning board was concerned as to, are we opening it up to a bunch of commercial uses that maybe we don't want to see there? Once it's rezoned to community business, whatever the uses we allow in the CB, that can go there as long as they meet all the development review criteria.
But couldn't we put limitations before we transferred ownership of the property so that to allay fears of what can and can't go there?
You potentially could put deed restrictions on it, I suppose.
So that we could say, we don't want gas stations on this property. If you buy it, you cannot put gas stations here.
You're correct. Whether or not that is going to make it, how desirable that makes it for a future buyer, I'm not sure. Because technically those deed restrictions run with the property then.
Right. but-
Contract zone, that runs with the property, but there's an easier mechanism to change that if 10 years from now, we do want a gas station there.
Okay, so deed restrictions, how would they be changed? What's the mechanism for if down the road we want to change those deed restrictions? What's the mechanism to be able to do that on that property once they're?
That I'm not sure of, Counselor. I'd probably need to talk to the city attorney about that to see what the right mechanism is to make that happen.
But there is a mechanism?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. So did you say, you said that the office residential is 1 unit per 3,000 square feet and CB is 1 per 2,000 square feet?
Correct.
That's correct, okay. Okay. So just looking up the parcel, it looks like if it were office residential, you could get 46 units, and if it were CB, you could get 70, just going by the entire size of the parcel, if I'm doing the math correctly. All right, thanks.
Councilor LaChapelle.
Yes, I don't know if it's an emotion or how we go. I would approve staff's recommendation for proposed changes that staff made on option 1, area A.
Madam, thank you, sorry. Okay. Madam Clerk, just one quick point here. So we're going to be doing 3 things for this agenda item, and we should go to public comment for each?
Yes, please.
Okay, all right. At this point, we're going to go to public comment for this agenda item, or for this sub-item.
I'm not sure you have a motion or a second on what to go to public comment on, sir.
We need a second.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
I'll second.
Okay, so now we have a second.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Public comment on this motion. Back to the council. Councilor Scott.
Excuse me. So just for clarification, if we were to go to the original, what you're proposing is needs a supermajority of vote, right? Because that would not be what the planning board has sent forward to us. That would be what your initial proposal was.
That's correct.
And if I remember correctly, some of the conversation around this particular area staying with the OR designation wasn't necessarily about the Lewiston housing, even though that was part of the conversation. It was about the comp plan and ensuring that there was more conversation about having more housing and options for housing there than a commercial use, and the concern with more commercial use there. Did I get that correctly?
I think that's accurate, as much as the type of commercial use that could occur there.
Right, because there was concern specifically about another gas station, right, okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
Further comment from the council? Director Hediger, do you? Okay.
Nothing at this time.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Motion does not pass because it did not receive the minimum of 5 affirmative votes.
May I have another motion for option 2? Councilor Herman?
I would make a motion for the B under number 1, that we go with Area A map option 2.
Second.
We have, thank you, Councilor Herman, thank you, Councilor Scott. Discussion? Councilor Scott.
Thank you. So this is our first reading. This is going to come back before us. I know that now that we have a little bit more clarity about what happened earlier this evening with Martell School, is there any more conversation with the planning board on this and why they specific, or can we get a little bit more specific on that? I just want to make sure that we're understanding where they were on that. And
Well, again, they were looking to rezone it to community, keep it in office residential
Okay.
because there were concerns about how the lot could be developed with the additional uses that are allowed in the community business district.
Okay.
Again, they made it clear too that, they didn't want to be seen as anti-development, but they were also concerned about the type of development that could occur on that property, open to a contract zone, and hopefully seeing what flexibility or restrictions could be included on that.
thank you.
Further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
No.
Ward 5?
No.
Ward 6?
No.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion failed, received a vote of 3 to 4.
And Madam Clerk, where does that leave us? Do we need to iron out a compromise here, or?
Basically, at this point, both proposals have failed. It was advertised as such, so it probably needs to go back to the planning board. I'm looking at Mr. Hediger for comments, but it would need to go back to the planning board, I think, for that review, and then you would go on to item number 2, but I believe Mr. Hediger has a comment.
Director Hediger.
Sounds like I need one. We certainly can bring it back to the planning board. I don't know that one is necessarily necessary. I mean, if that's the motion of the desire of the board, nothing really changes out there. But we can report back to them that, what occurred here this evening and see if there's any new recommendations or change of hearts on their part as to move forward with that.
Thank you, Director Hediger. Administrator Hunter.
I would just, I guess, question that means no changes on this zoning corridor, because neither one has passed. Just to clarify that.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
I think that's correct.
Okay.
Which, I mean, to Administrator's point, I'm glad you said that. I mean, that goes for all these clouded areas on here, correct? This is not just about the Martell site, but it's all these other parcels as well.
Noted. Thank you. Councilor LaChapelle, did you have
Yes,
something?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I just encourage us we, as a city, own that piece of property. Before we sell it, before we do anything with it, we know it's going to come back before us. We are in the driver's seat. We have total control of what happens on that piece of property. We've already stated multiple times that we wanted drawings, we want this, we want that, before we do anything with that property. I question why we turned down option 1. I'm all in favor of getting a detailed outline of what somebody wants to do before we turn it over to them. So with that said, I don't know if this is legal, but I would make another motion to take option one.
Madam Clerk, what are your thoughts on that?
Sure, so, and I know that Counselor Clement has his hand raised, but a motion would be in order to reconsider the action that was just voted on. It would need to, it would need to have a vote for the prevailing side, so let me just see here.
So that, sorry, please continue.
Right, so, so folks who voted on the prevailing side would be the folks who would be able to make a motion, but it would be able to be brought back at this time under reconsideration. So you'd have two votes. One would be a motion to reconsider, and then if that passes, then that motion would come back automatically on the floor before you for another discussion and opportunity to vote.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify, Councilor LaChapelle cannot, since he was not on the prevailing side, he would not be able to make a motion.
Well, they were on the prevailing side, they were the prevailing no
Right.
to the original one, right? So wouldn't that be the,
Well, right,
No.
but it didn't pass because it needed a
Neither one
supermajority.
did.
Right.
right?
There wasn't a coin?
Wait, I'm sorry, what, Councilor McCaffrey?
I say get a coin?
While they're ironing that out, Councilor Clement, did you have something?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Option one is staff's recommendation. Staff is the professional in the room, as far as I'm concerned. And, you know, we have a planning board, yes. I'm not sure of the makeup, what their curriculum vitae is, but we have a professional here that has a professional staff. They'd made a recommendation to us. I think we go with staff's recommendation. I don't think we stab them in the back by saying, you know, we're going to go with a bunch of part-time people from the planning board. I don't mean to denigrate them, but I think we owe our professional staff a certain responsibility.
Just to be clear, planning board members, if you're watching, I appreciate your service. Councilor Scott?
Thank you. So I have no intention of stabbing anybody in the back, just for clarification. And the reason I question this, and I'm thinking about this way, is because there's no guarantee. We can say as a city council now that we're going to say those things for that particular piece of property. But we are not guaranteed to be here after November. And so setting the standard that this is going to be a spot where there is definitely not going to be that kind of development. I'm thinking of the future, and I'm thinking about the comp plan, and, you know, and that is a major piece there. And I understand what you're saying. And here's the thing, I don't want to stop the rest of the stuff. I just am really concerned about that particular corner and that piece being remembered and what we do in our comp plan. I think back to what happened with Sabata Street and East Avenue and the Noria building, and that being so far put back, that had nothing to do, that didn't go along with our comp plan at all. And so I'm thinking along those lines. And I'm not trying to cause any issues, I'm just thinking about those things. If it's not us sitting here, we can't guarantee that the next council is going to not say, we'll take a dollar store there. We don't know that. And that's where my mind is at. Thank you.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. I had similar concerns as that. I'm thinking of the future and thinking of the long term here, and I think that we need to, we definitely need to go with housing on that site, and we're not sure exactly what's going to happen in the next few months, so I would look at the long term, the big picture here, not the short term, and go with the planning board recommendation.
Councilor, 1 second, Councilor Clement. Councilor McCarthy?
The reality is we best have this parcel locked up before our term ends this session because it's dragged on so long. We're looking at second council meeting in April where LHA is supposed to come back to us. And we're going to either yay or nay, and if we nay them, then we'll put it out for bid, but God forbid that this drags out any longer than December, because we're still in power until December. So we've got a full, almost 10 months to make this property happen. So I'm not afraid of what happens down the road. I'm concerned about doing what's right for that property. And I think CB, with its denser, the ability to build more units of housing without having contract zoning or any of the other hurdles that a developer would have to jump through. We all want as many units on that property as we can get. So if we're looking at zoning, you can do more with CB, 50% more than you can with OR. So that's why I happen to echo that the planning board, the department, Director Hediger and his staff are far more qualified to make specific determinations like that on specific properties than that's what's best for the city. You know, nothing against the planning board. They have an important role to play, but I take the word of a professional over a part-time individual. So, thank you.
Councilor Clement?
Mr. Mayor, perhaps in the spirit of cooperation and resolution here, an amendment could be offered that we accept option A, everything except the parcel with Martell School, and leave that somehow out until we hear back from LHA in 6 weeks. I mean, to get the ball rolling, this is obviously what we've been trying to do. And the only bone of contention here is that parcel, one parcel, the corner of East Avenue and Lisbon. If we approve all of these changes with that exception tonight, that gets us one reading out of the way. Next meeting, we have our second reading. At some point in the future, we can make a decision on zoning based on what LHA comes back to us. Does that sound reasonable to you, Director?
Actually, yeah, that was an option I was going to suggest. And should that occur, so you hear back from LHA and you find out the specifics of what they need, then it may be clear at that point that you folks are supportive of that, but you're only supportive if it's a contract zone. And that message could be made loud and clear by you folks to them. It may be that a straight rezoning works at that point. You folks have the ability to initiate that too, and then it could go back to the planning board for them to get a recommendation on, and then come back to you folks. So I think you have and at the same time, that moves along all the other changes that everybody had consensus with.
In that case, Mr. Mayor, I would move that we amend this item to move forward with all of the changes in option one, with the exception of the parcel East Avenue and Lisbon Street known as Martell School, to be decided at a future date, however it's to be worded, I'm not sure. There's got to be a way of wording it. I mean, there's enough lawyers in the world.
Basically,
So.
option two.
Well, that was,
Okay, so we're all in
Yeah.
agreement that's option B?
yeah, so,
Option two.
Okay.
yeah, I hear what you're saying. Excuse me, Councilor Singh. So I hear what you're saying, Councilor Clement, but if we're leaving out, the Martell School site, that is essentially option two, because in option two, it remains unchanged.
Okay, I can agree with that, I guess. I'm a little miffed that the fact that the council does not want to follow the recommendation of our planning department. And I mean, at the risk of stalling the whole thing basically now, it's going to require a revote, and I'm not sure whether there are votes to pass. I don't know how my fellow councilors feel about that, so. Thank you.
Councilor Jelinek, you wanted to weigh in? Oh, okay. Councilor Harriman?
I was just going to second Councilor Clement's motion of going with option two.
Well, we're gonna need to reconsider from the prevailing side, but,
Yes.
sorry.
That's why I didn't.
Oh, there's still a motion to reconsider on the floor?
No, there's no,
Have a motion to reconsider.
we're hashing things out. So if, Counselor McCarthy, if I may, or, well, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
My only thinking on doing that, then there's no impetus for planning board to even reconsider that piece. Whereas if we don't pass anything, then in order for those other parcels, they at least have to reconsider the vote on that parcel.
If I
I guess your thoughts on that,
Yeah, if I
Director
could,
Hediger.
Mayor, you folks can initiate a change at any time. So if that is true, that there's no impetus on the planning board's part, you folks go with option B here. And it stalls for whatever reason. You folks can initiate the change and say, you know what, we want that. Granted, you're gonna have to vote to do that, but you initiate a change to change that property to community business. That forces the planning board to have that discussion then and then come back to you folks. So it's not dead if you folks go with option B. There is a mechanism, you'll have to get a majority to make that happen, but there is a mechanism for you folks to force that discussion.
One second, Councilor Harriman. Madam Clerk, so if we are going to, so at this point, there is no motion on the table, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and if we are going to reconsider option 2, I know it's been referenced as option B, but let's use numerical,
Sure.
the numbers here. So if we reconsider option 2, we would need somebody on the prevailing side to make a motion to reconsider.
Correct, and the prevailing side, the motion lost, so the motion would be, a motion to reconsider would be in order to be made by councilors from wards 2, 4, 5, or 6, if they were interested.
Okay. And to your, while we're all contemplating that, to your point, Director Hediger, nothing stops us from passing option 2 tonight, and then on the next agenda, putting on the Martell School as a, well, we would have to wait until we pass the second reading as well, but then once that was done, could we then add Martell School as a zone change? Is that what you were referring to, or did I hear you correctly?
You could initiate an amendment. So amendments occur either by petition, planning board, or city council. So you folks could make a motion to initiate a zoning map amendment of that property to the community business district.
Right, okay. Before we move on to the next item, is there anyone from the prevailing side for the vote for option 2 wish to reconsider at this point?
I'll make a motion that we reconsider. Go to option 2.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
That we now have a motion to reconsider that vote, and then, Madam Clerk, do we need that, do we need another motion? Do we need to put that motion on the table to vote?
Right, so the motion was made to reconsider.
Oh, we need to vote on that first.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, yes, we need to vote on that, I'm sorry.
Okay,
yes,
I
yes,
apologize. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 6 to 1. So now the motion that's immediately before you is the one that's printed in your book, identified as 1B, also known as option 2. That's immediately before you. Again, you don't need a motion, it's automatically before you. Now
And we
you
can
can
now
have
head straight to a vote.
discussion if you'd like. You can have more discussion if you'd like, and then when you're ready, then call for the vote. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Once again, I'm very happy that you're here. Do we need any more discussion, or can we head to a vote? Madam Clerk, please call the vote. Sorry, Councilor
Just want to
Clement.
say briefly, I'm very disappointed that the council would not listen to the recommendation of our professional staff. I will vote in favor of this, and we'll keep a sharp eye on it, and who knows, we may blow it up sometime in the future, who knows? But I'm disappointed to think that people here have taken the word or taken the option away from our professional staff. I mean, what do we need them for? We, between us and the planning board, we could take care of everything. So, you know, we're paying some people pretty well, I think, to do these things, give us their recommendations, and then we're just saying, you know, we really don't believe that your recommendation holds water. That being said, let's call a vote. I will vote in favor of it tonight.
Thank you, Councilor Clement. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Voting yes? Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 6 to 1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
So we're still on item 4, and it would now be the item number 2 that's listed on the agenda.
Oh, yes, please proceed.
Yes, so that the proposed amendments to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 3, official map as shown on proposed zoning Area B map, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance amendments be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
So moved.
Councilor Harriman, seconded by Councilor LaChapelle. Director Hediger.
This one should hopefully be simpler. We're talking 2 pieces of land off of Scribner Boulevard. Left is existing, right is proposed. That's it.
Nobody had any problems with those then?
No.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Going forward, it's, yes, the rest of the map amendments are unanimous support from the planning board.
Thank you, Director Hediger. Discussion from the council. Public comment on this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Number 3.
Number 3, that the proposed amendment to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 3, official map, as shown on proposed zoning Area C map, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance amendments be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
May I have a motion, please? Councilor LaChapelle, second by Councilor Pease. Director Hediger.
Just to put things in perspective, we're out by where the fitness center is out on Outer Lisbon Street and the animal hospital. This line here, just to clarify, that is a CMP transmission line. There was some confusion at the planning board as to what this line is here. And so the thought was we had this piece of land here to be absolutely clear. This property is owned by a Dyer Road property, so the property is split by CMP. But staff and the planning board thought it made sense that, given that the corridor is this kind of natural barrier out there, to include all that land, so potentially it could be acquired by an abutting property in the highway business district.
Is that land vacant now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Discussion? Public comment on this agenda item, agenda number? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Am I to understand we're on agenda item number 5?
Yes, sir. Item number 5, public hearing and first passage for an amendment to the Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 6, Nonconformance. Requested action that the proposed amendment to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 6, Nonconformance, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance amendments be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
May I have a
So
motion? Councilor Pease, second by Councilor McCarthy. Director Hediger.
This is a rather confusing section. I'll get into the details if you really want me to. Nonconformance, though, is, you hear people talk about grandfathering. So something that is non-conforming is something that no longer meets our space and bulk standards, or it's no longer meets, it's no longer an allowed use in a district. And it's not daily, but certainly multiple times a week, we discuss this section of the ordinance because there are so many little nuances as to how to allow development to occur either on an undersized lot or where a use isn't allowed, and how do you allow that to expand and whatnot. We've tried to add some clarifying language in here as to when non-conforming lots be developed and when can they be divided, as well as when a non-conforming structure can be rebuilt. We also have non-conforming uses, and we made it clear that accessory dwelling units that we passed it previously tonight in Article 2 definitions, accessory dwelling units can be added to non-conforming lots. I want to think there's one other, we put some, clarified some language in there with respect to reconstruction of non-conforming uses if they're damaged by more than 80%. That was language that actually the city attorney provided us a number of months ago when we were dealing with another matter. Certainly I can get into more details on the specifics of this if the council's interested.
Discussion or questions? Public comment on this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 6.
Item number 6, public hearing and first passage for an amendment to the Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 11, District Regulations. Requested action that the proposed amendment to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 11, District Regulations receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance amendments be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
Councilor Pease, seconded by Councilor Clement. Director Hediger.
So I can pull this up on the screen if necessary. I think you have 11 by 17s.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit better this time.
Thank you for that.
So we clouded the area that you guys should be focusing on. Basically, home occupations, we made it so you can do a home occupation in every single zoning district. It's always interesting when we tell somebody when they have a single-family home on Sabata Street in the commercial district that they can't have a home occupation, but they could knock the place down and put a professional office there. So we thought that was just, clarifying that, make it a lot more user-friendly. And then in-law apartments, we're going to talk about that more in the next article before you folks, agenda item before you folks, but we struck out in-law apartments, reference accessory dwelling units. Those are allowed in every single zoning district because we have to allow them in every single zoning district per LD 2003.
Questions or comments from the council? Public comment on this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 7.
Item number 7, public hearing and first passage for an amendment to the Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 12, Performance Standards. Requested action that the proposed amendment to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 12, Performance Standards, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance amendments be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
May I have a motion, please? Councilor Harriman, second by Councilor Pease. Director Hediger.
So if there's anything exciting about what you folks are going to do tonight, it's probably this section here. In-law apartments are always a pain in the butt. You have to be a blood relative. That's great until that blood relative passes, and then what do you do with that dwelling unit? Becomes a code enforcement issue for us if we find out about it. People get grumpy. Why can't I have somebody else live there? This is going to take care of this. We've tried doing this in the past, and we have not been successful before the city council. We have to do this now, though, because of LD 2003.
Sorry to interrupt you, but why were you not successful in the past? Or what was the reason given at the time? I'm just curious, since you mentioned it.
There's a difference. There were concerns that you were adding rental properties into single-family neighborhoods and how that might impact the fabric of those neighborhoods. To be clear, there is a difference between an accessory dwelling unit and a two-family. And this isn't, accessory dwelling units are not two families. Accessory dwelling units, as a matter of right, have to go anywhere. They can have caps on the size of them, but they have to be at least a minimum of 190 square feet. That's what the state says. Then we can put a cap on how big they are. We stayed with the cap that we currently have on in-law apartments of 2 bedrooms and 900 square feet. You can't require additional parking for accessory dwelling units. A 2-family, you can require additional parking for. A 2-family is limited to specific zoning districts. Accessory dwelling units are allowed anywhere there's a single family home. So those are some of the issues that have created some heartburn in the past there. I do think, and staff and the planning board all thought that this was a good change to provide some options for people to be able to provide some additional housing on their property. There is some language in here about accessory dwelling units, just to be clear, can be attached or detached. So it's subject to the same space and bulk requirements as far as the setbacks of the single-family home. If it is attached, we did put some basic performance standards in there about having one main front entrance. So a traditional 2-family probably has 2 front doors. The thought with an accessory dwelling unit, if it's going to be attached, if there's going to be a front door on this, there should be one common door. The thought being try to keep it single-family looking in appearance if you're going to have it attached to that existing single-family home. Probably the other biggest difference is number 7 on there, the principal dwelling and the accessory dwelling unit must remain in common ownership. So there's one owner who owns all this and then, leases out, to a friend or someone else versus 2-family. Anybody can own that property. They can rent it out and whatnot. So that's somewhat of an attempt to try to keep some continuity within that single-family neighborhood while providing some additional housing options. I'll note the statute was passed for LD 2003. The proposed rules just came out like a month ago. There was a public hearing on them last week. I think comments are being taken until maybe next week sometime. The rulemaking addresses a number of items with respect to 2003 in addition to the accessory dwelling units. My sense is, for the most part, everybody's okay with this language. There's other aspects of LD 2003 that, quite frankly, we're probably going to wait to see how that all pans out before we bring it forward. But I say all that because if there is a change at the legislative level that this conflicts with, we'll be back to make that change. But we're pretty confident that we're going to be in line with what they're talking about at this time.
Thank you. Discussion? Councilor Pease.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question. I was going to ask you after the meeting, but I guess we're bringing it up now. There's the piece of property I talked to you previously on campus, right by the Dairy Joy, the medicine shop. It's right behind the medicine shop.
Yep.
So this would allow them to put that other unit in there.
If that's a single-family home,
It is.
and they want to do an attached or detached accessory dwelling unit, they would be able to do that.
Okay,
They would
because-
have to meet whatever the setbacks are for that zoning district out there.
Okay,
But if
because-
there's room on that lot, they could do that.
Okay, because there's multi on the left side of this house and multi on the right side, but this single is why we always like to have.
Yep, exactly. So, and that goes to the earlier comment about allowing home occupations in commercial zoning districts where there's single-family homes. Up and down Sabata Street, there's single-family homes in commercial zoning districts. That property could be torn down and a commercial use could be there. That single-family home may now also have an accessory dwelling unit added to it.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion from the council? Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hediger, and thank you for all your hard work here. Agenda item number 8.
Item number 8, amendments to the city's purchasing policy regarding limits for formal competitive bids price quotes, and purchase orders. Requested action to approve the amendments to the city's purchasing policy as recommended by the city's finance director and finance committee.
So moved.
Counselor Pease, second by?
Second.
Counselor Harriman. Is there anything you'd like to say about this, Counselor Clement?
No, this was discussed at a Finance Committee meeting. We had some input from people who've been involved with financial situations in the city for a number of years, former chairman, and we were all in agreement, essentially, that if we look at something for preferential treatment for local vendors, it's a slippery slope, and it's going to end up perhaps costing us in the future if the determining factor is locality. I mean, as it is now, all things being equal, the local vendor is going to get the nod. If we say that preferential treatment will be given to a local vendor, pretty soon, the local vendor, knowing that, hey, I've got the deal, they can start raising their prices, and they may not be in the best interest of the city. So therefore, we took these things into consideration. We listened to the comments made that night, and we decided that since some of the things that were being considered couldn't be done anyway because of, federal grants and codes and strings that are on things, it was just going to be a nightmare. What's local? Is that within the city of Lewiston, Lewiston and Auburn? Do we preclude Sabattis? You know what? It's just, it'll be a quagmire. And as it is now, we are obligated to operate and accept those things that are in the city's best interest. And if that happens to be, everything being equal, and it's a local vendor, I'm sure they're going to get it. That seems to have been the history, at least in my almost 4 years on the Finance Committee. I've never known a situation where we've turned down a local vendor that had the best deal without reason. I mean, if they didn't meet specs, that sort of thing. I mean, we have a fairly concise purchasing policy, and I don't think it doesn't appear to be broke, so why do we need to fix something that ain't broke? I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Counselor. Further comments? Counselor Scott.
Thank you. So I was the one that brought up the question about that, and I appreciate the work that went into this, the conversation that was had, and I fully support what the Finance Committee is coming back with. Thank you.
We thank you.
Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
It looks like we are now back on track. Are we at agenda item number 11?
We are, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Item number 11, approve the home agreement for the Wedgwood Choice Affordable Housing Project and authorize the city administrator to execute the same. Requested action to approve the attached terms and conditions of home funding agreement for the Wedgwood Choice Affordable Housing Project between the city and Choice Wedgwood LP, and to authorize the city administrator to execute the document on behalf of the city once HUD has approved the release of funds, evidence of financing commitments provided, and subsidy layering and underwriting has been completed.
I have a motion, Counselor Clement, seconded by Counselor Pease. Director Jeffers, I've been saying your name all night. Please kick us off.
Where did it go? Gotcha. This is really the last action we're asking the council to take in regard to Wedgwood. When we did the TIF a few months back, it allocated $450,000. There's a lot of regulations that need to be abided by HUD. We've gone through the agreement. This lays out the various statutes and regulations that need to be abided by. Out of the 82 units, 2 of them will be designated as home units, one of which is a 2-bedroom unit, one of which is a 3-bedroom unit. It'll be floating, so if somebody who's living in that particular unit becomes over income to be living in it, the next available unit becomes available. So it really helps make sure that as much affordable housing as is available in that building, so you don't have people just making a good income and staying put. So in a nutshell, that's it. Happy to take it up. There are a couple of boxes that we need to check, so this is really giving the city administrator authorization once those final boxes have been checked off. You know, the financing is still being put together on this deal. It needs to be underwritten. We need to get commitments from various lenders. All of that's in play. All of it's at the final stages. And we start talking with Catherine Elliott, sort of like all the lenders are sort of standing in a room looking at each other like, who's going to go first? And that's kind of the stage we're at. So in a nutshell, that's it.
Thank you. Discussion from the council? Public comment? Back to the council. Director Jeffers, I appreciate you and your team, and Catherine Elliott, I appreciate you too, working to get creative and close this funding gap so we can get this project off the ground.
Agreed, it's been a challenge.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
And Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Director. Item number 12.
Item number 12, order approving the conveyance of fee title ownership of a portion of the city-owned 65 Oxford Street rear to Continental Mill LLC in exchange for an easement on a portion of 2 Cedar Street, Lewiston, to be granted from Continental Mill LLC to the city of Lewiston for a riverfront trail. Requested action to approve the order approving the conveyance of a fee title ownership of a portion of the city-owned 65 Oxford Street rear to Continental Mill LLC in exchange for an easement on a portion of 2 Cedar Street, Lewiston, to be granted from Continental Mill LLC to the city of Lewiston for a riverfront trail.
I have a motion, Councilor Pease, second by Councilor LaChapelle. Director Jeffers?
Yeah, I think what Kathy had just read, which was a mouthful admittedly, sorry about that, Kathy. But this is really the first action you'll see on this. This is the long-sought riverfront trail. This will allow us to extend the trail from Samara Payne Park down to Cedar Street, right along the top of the bank. Originally, they wanted all of 65 Oxford Street rear until they got into the building where all the generating assets are. And they took a deep breath and said, whoa, we'd like to catch our breath, really evaluate what the potential cost of that is. They did get a consultant in there last week who, news was good. I don't know the final outcome, but it's less than what they had expected. And a conversation with Chinberg Group, who's the group behind, Continental Mill LLC, had been, they thought it might just be incorporated if there's extraordinary costs there. That could be covered with a TIF that is likely going to be needed on that project in the future. However, they needed that little easement to allow Nathan Zanton to go forward with the Picker House lofts. They had to clean up the title. That'll allow him to close on the financing and keep on schedule for his project, which is why we're going through this exercise. I think it's 174 square feet off the corner of one of the stair towers is all that we're conveying at this point. The rest of the property will follow in time.
Thank you. Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 13.
Item number 13, order
Director.
authorizing the acceptance and appropriation of $160,000 from the Almina B. Sewell Foundation, which is being dispersed by the Immigrant Resource Center of Maine. Requested action to approve the order authorizing the acceptance and appropriation of $160,000 from the Almina B. Sewell Foundation, which is being dispersed by the Immigrant Resource Center of Maine.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Harriman,
Second.
second by Councilor Scott. Deputy Administrator O'Malley, this is what you were referring to the other meeting.
Yes,
correct?
this is the Healthy People, Healthy Places grants that the Sewell Foundation is giving out.
Thank you. Discussion? Public comment? Or, sorry, we're going to get you in 1 second.
I know I'm short, but
Public comment is now over, and I'm recognizing Councilor McCarthy. Thank you.
I'm a little confused. The 160,000, is that split between the two cities, or is that 160,000 per city?
It's split between the two cities, so it's 80,000 a year
it's
each city's gonna get for the next 2
40,000.
years. No, we're gonna get 80 this year and 80 next year, so we get 160, Auburn gets 160.
Oh,
It's over a 2-year
One-
period.
160
2-year
over 2
period,
years.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
okay, I
So
understood.
that's
it
why
as
we're
160.
doing it, right.
I thought it was 160 split between the two cities.
Yeah.
What does that department currently cost us?
DEI, if we're talking
All
salary.
in,
I don't know all in. She probably
Ballpark?
knows off the top of her head.
Currently, because this was the new program year for that position, so it was mostly, the training was mostly funded under the citywide training budget. I would venture to guess I would say 105 to 110 with salary fringe. There was a new software that was purchased for the citywide training to automate all of that. And then most of the other work she's either done within the budget or through donations in the current year.
thank you.
So if I'm understanding things correctly, this covers the vast majority of that position.
That's correct.
Yes. Further questions? Counselor Peace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On this position, once this is established and operating, and those funds run out, what happens after that?
This is a program that pilots some of the uses that the DEI director does. There are other programs that we can either apply for grant funding, they can continue this grant funding, or it reverts back to the city to fund it in its entirety.
Thank you.
Further discussion from the council? Counselor Scott?
Thank you. So I would like to recognize that the City Spirit Group did a lot of work in looking at, who we have living here in our community. We are, the second largest city in the state of Maine with probably close to, if not equal to, the diversity that Portland has and the biggest diversity in our community. And I don't know how we could not support something like this in respect to that. We have a diverse community. We have a lot of conversations that still need to happen. We saw what happened last summer with a particular group that came up here specifically, and I think this is important work, and I fully plan to support it. Thank you.
Councilor McCarthy.
A question for Administrator Hunter. How many cities in the state have a DEI director?
I know Portland just hired one, and I think Augusta or Bangor has another one. So there are many other cities or towns are coming online. We were the first one in the state when the city council back in the fall of 2021 approved the equity statement, and then they approved the funding for the DEI position.
Thank you.
And Auburn is, through this grant, Auburn is picking up.
Auburn will be hiring someone as well, yes.
Right, yeah. Our sister city will also have a DI director.
Given the listserv that we see on this particular subject on who has
Given the what, I'm sorry?
Given the listserv on this particular subject amongst the various municipalities, I would say at least monthly, we get asked for the job description and other programming because it is coming online everywhere.
Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Excuse me, Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Word 4?
No.
Ward 5?
No.
Ward 6?
I'm abstaining.
And Ward 7?
Yes.
Does that, sorry to interrupt, so if there's an abstain, do I get to vote?
No.
No, Mr. Mayor, you don't. It would be if a counselor recuses
Recused.
themselves due to a
Okay.
conflict of interest. Yes,
Okay, thank you.
So the motion passes by a vote of 4-2.
Now we are up to reports and updates.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilor Scott.
Thank you. Just a quick report. The school committee met for their first meeting last night to start the budget conversation. We just had a quick overview. We did not get our books yet. The superintendent did share information that he was sharing out to the community. It was budget for the next year. I have one extra copy if anybody wants it, but it is available online at the Lewiston School Department's website, along with the Facebook page for Lewiston School Department. And it was questions that he thought that the community and a lot of people want to know, and that is, funding is down, but why? What is different this year than the last few years? What about the money from the unfilled positions? Where does all the money go? What about the money from COVID relief dollars? How did we get here? What about next year and the year after? And how will this affect us? And he gives answers to all of those things. Tomorrow night, we start the big deep dive. We get our books tomorrow night, and we start looking at the full picture. And I will leave it at that for now. It's going to be a tough budget season, I'll just say that. And does anybody want a copy of that?
It's available online too, correct?
It is,
Yep.
yes.
Anything further, Councilor Scott?
That's it, thank you.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. Just for the Transit Committee, we're meeting later this week, but you probably saw the article in the paper. Another bus got run into and taken out of service, unfortunately. Still being assessed as to whether it's totaled or whether it can be fixed. But that has resulted in a modification to a couple of the routes where they're running every 2 hours instead of every 1 hour. Unfortunately, we don't have enough spare buses to make up for that, but hopefully people can adapt to that until we get the new buses online later this summer. Thanks, that's it.
I just want to give a shout out to Lewiston Public Library. They're kicking off their community read, and the book is called Maxie's Secrets, and subtitled, or What You Can Learn from a Dog. So this book is available to check out. I think they do also have copies for community members. There's going to be a whole slew of events for this, and I encourage people to check it out. They can visit the City of Lewiston's Library's webpage and Facebook page. Further reports and updates? We're now up to new business. Is there any? Councilor LaChapelle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel compelled to speak about the two guest columns in the Sunday paper. I understand Councilman Harriman's far-left mentality on most every issue finds it difficult to understand or even comprehend facts as they happen. Just because you repeat things like two councilors threaten you out in the hallway doesn't make it true. There was another councilor present that witnessed everything, and no threats were made, ever made. You complained that nobody was talking to you, so I tried to explain the issues with logic and facts, but again, your far-left mind could not comprehend. Again, just because you repeat a lie doesn't make it true. Oh, and we now can all see that you have no intentions of following that agreement we signed. Again, a standard for everyone, unless a standard for everyone else and not for you. And for your far left friends, Elizabeth Ames and Caleb Roebuck, also know that we can't speak about issues that are reviewed in executive session, but chose to make the half-truth statements about us. Now I move on to Elliot Epstein. I am shocked that as an officer of the courts, Mr. Epstein chose to write about issues only having half the facts. In fact, he said, "I suspect," in the article. Did you bother to ask any of us any questions? No. Did you bother to really study what we said? No. I would suggest before you bloviate and write only half-truths, you get all the facts. Oh, I forgot that the far left screams and louder and more vicious than anyone else, but it doesn't make it the truth. One last thing. Before you ever quote scripture, again, please remember Matthew 7:1-15. Judge not, lest ye be judged. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Further report, Councilor Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, too, am bothered by the column written by a counselor. Favorite phrase, I don't understand. However, I thought it well played out in our sessions, in our talks, that we were going to follow certain protocols. That column violated several of those protocols. I think it's high time that this council consider action of some kind having to do with certain social media situations. I don't think a sitting member on this council should be an administrator of a social media outlet and control and censor different things. If he doesn't like what somebody has to say, that disappears, it moves down. I'm just plain sick and tired of it. If you can't live by the agreements we made, then maybe you ought to consider whether or not you should be a member of this body, sir. And I thank you very much.
I don't think we should be telling each other what we can and can't do in our free time.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like, I can bring up some things that you probably wouldn't care to hear, but we'll leave those to be right now. I just want to see us follow the spirit of what we agreed upon. And last Sunday, I picked up the Sun Journal. Certainly, that did not follow what we agreed upon. And something's got to change. I don't know what it's going to be, but something's going to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Further, or any other new business? Madam Clerk, are we at adjournment here?
Move to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn by Councilor Clement, second by Councilor McCarthy. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
And Ward 7? Yes. Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Good night, Lewiston.